recording there. Now let's come up here.
So it's called pummeling, right? So there's brawling and pummeling. So I get both of those too. I'm going by the specialized. That's outside.
Pummeling, wrestling, overbearing.
Not brawling?
They're all fall under brawling.
Oh, I was going by see how the
yeah.
They're like purplish. So I thought each one was a category. I don't know.
Brawling is anything without a weapon.
I gotcha.
Which also involves
that's why it's such a sharp section.
Improvised weapons. So even though one could technically
I'm going to take this table leg and call it a club.
Well, that falls under brawling. Be aware of that.
Really? Because these table legs look like clubs.
They do.
More so than a stick. I mean, a lot of creatures consider a big stick a club.
I mean, let me put it this way. The way I remember reading it.
Remember Oakenshield?
Yes.
He had that. Wasn't that like he had his hand through a hole in a piece of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless I can find it where it doesn't say that, I think improvised weapons falls under brawling. So, a chair, a mug, your skillet, stuff like that. But if you find something that says something different,
I would consider a skillet if it's big and heavy enough to be just like a smashing only type weapon, but a weapon. A crossbar between two horses. The metal ones are about a half an inch thick by about 4 foot long. I would consider that just an incredibly dull sword, maybe, non-piercing sword. Something like that. The damage is going to come from the person swinging it. You know what I mean?
Well, luckily for you, I'm keeping it simple.
Oh, all right. I just throwing that out there.
I understand. There it is. I think that's right. That's correct. Come on over here, please.
Are you recording right now, you said?
I am.
Okay.
But nothing's live.
But you're recording. And
correct.
Recording is what you post.
Correct.
So, I'm done talking to you then.
Where am I going?
Had something else I wanted to ask you.
Oh.
If I remember, I'll ask you after the game.
I can pause it if it's important.
Yeah, and then I won't forget to ask.
All right, hold on here. Let's go over here, and then we will shut that down, and then we will publish.
You like my shirt, Cobb?
It says MODOK, yeah, look at that. Classic.
I was at a convention a couple of years ago and I saw a MODOK shirt and I was like, no way! So I leapt on it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to them putting him into movies. Nothing, I haven't heard anything yet that's even close to being MODOK, other than like being in a
cartoon. The next one is Kang. Kang is the next big villain.
That'll be fun.
Kang the Conqueror. They've already picked out the guy to play him and everything.
I've always enjoyed Kang.
He was one of the original Avengers villains.
I always enjoyed things with time travel, so Doctor Who or Kang the Conqueror,
Ooh.
or the Flash. Anybody that travels in time, I've always been fascinated by those
You know,
stories.
Kang and big for the time travel thing.
Have you ever seen the Council of Kangs?
No, I really don't mess with comic books. I stopped reading comic books a long time ago. I just read the old stuff in the collected things now. The last comic book I collected was the Solomon Grundy Limited Series because I like the artwork. That's it. And Kingdom Come by Alex Ross, which is one of the best comic books
Yeah,
ever.
Kingdom Come's recognized as a classic, so
Kingdom Come is one of my favorites.
I must have listened before, huh?
yes, definitely.
I'm glad you know what that is.
Yeah, it's kind of like the story is awesome and the ideas are awesome and all that, but there's a part in that story where Superman's I don't know, he's bummed out about something, but he's having a conversation with Batman, and he says, but Bruce, you're like my best friend, or something to that effect. And I was kind of like, it almost made me tear up, because it's like out of all the powers that he has, he's still a person. So.
Oh yeah, that's what I liked about it. It made me tear up when Shazam fights Superman and then flies off to stop the bomb. That's when I got teary. So.
Isn't it great being old?
Well, and another thing about Kingdom Come is the artwork. Alex Ross is just phenomenal. It's like everything is a painting. Every frame is a painting. I talk to him on Facebook once in a while. He's a friend of mine on Facebook.
Oh, how neat. How come you're not drawn?
I'm friends with a lot of weird celebrities on Facebook that will actually talk to you and stuff. It's weird.
You need to go try out for drawing for comic books. Did you ever do that?
I don't have the discipline for it. I'm too lazy.
Okay. Well,
I couldn't. Jack Kirby and those people used to produce artwork like machines. I can't do it.
Yeah, no. If you don't have the focus and the stamina and the want to be in it.
My problem is I get bored. I can't draw it fast enough to
Yeah.
suit me. I already see it and I can't draw it fast enough to get it out.
That's why I don't do. Yeah, that's why I don't do anything. Hardly ever a lot, just because I'm like, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. Even sometimes, like, even though I love sports, after watching one football game, I'll be like, do I really want to watch another football game? So, and then
when I draw at work, a lot of times I have to stop. And it's like when I'm drawing something, like to draw it, stopping is not what I want to do. I want to get it out as quickly as I can. So when I draw stuff at work, frequently I'll have to like stop for like an hour or more before I can just do a couple lines, and that really breaks up the flow of it.
Yeah.
Even though it's in my head very clear, it's like it's fading. So it's hard for me. I like to draw the pictures for the group and stuff, but it's not easy for me to get all into the head to do it.
Yeah, how long does it take you to draw out just a black and white pencil like that? Like an hour?
If I sit without any interruptions, I can probably do it in about an hour and a half and get it good. At work, it'll probably take me all night. But it gives me time to go back and fidget with stuff. Because if I power through it, which I do, one of the things I'm known for is drawing fast. I can draw and paint stuff. This is another thing I don't like about painting. I have to wait for it to dry. I'm ready to keep going. So oil painting is horrible. I can't stand it. You have to wait. And, I'm an instant gratification person when it comes to artwork.
That's what she said.
That's me. So I'm still going to draw the Kieran and the monk fighting us. I have a couple of stuff that I sketched out, but I'm not showing it till it's done. That's another thing. I hate showing stuff before it's done. I hate people looking over my shoulder and see what I'm doing. So, like at work, if they walk up on me and I'm drawing, I'll turn it over. They'll be like, "Oh, you're drawing something, huh?" Like, yep. They think I'm drawing naked women and stuff. I don't know. But
None of your business.
like I told them, no. I said you can't look over my shoulder. I said if you walk up behind me at work, I know when you're like 10 feet away. I know you're there.
You know, you want to know how what Randy draws?
Flies. I'm sorry. Did I blow the joke?
I was gonna say he so only draws out of Social Security, but I like yours better.
Oh no! He turned off his thing.
Oh, you better apologize to him.
Randy, come on, man.
Say, you gotta say it like this. You gotta go, "Hey, in honor of the Boston Red Sox, I'm sorry." Look, he's.
Oh, Randy, no. No, man.
You know what makes Randy tear up? Your dumbass.
Oh, Randy.
Well, I can't win them all, I guess. Oh, I guess I better get my dice ready because you guys are all healed up after last game, so we can't have that.
I love you, Randy. It's okay.
We can't have fully healed characters walking around the world of Skell. That's boring.
We are fully healed.
Oh no! Where's all my dice? There we go. The scent of freshly bleeding player characters in the morning. I love it.
So we're going to march back to the monastery and demand entrance into the basement, or what? Tactfully demand entrance into the basement with our evidence. What else can we do?
I don't know. Let's hope nobody rolls a 1 on your way back. How about that? Let's make it simple. And I'm having you guys roll D12s. That's the thing. It's not in the olden days when it was a D6 for wandering monsters.
It's whatever D you want to make it.
Well, I try to base it on, obviously, the percentages. So, if you're in a patrolled town and it's mostly just people, then I'm going to roll a D20.
Oh, I understand there's conditional things, sure.
Because I know as a player, sometimes you just want to get where the fuck you want to go. Oh, a D4, that's basically you've jumped into the pool with the Zonagon's children.
Hey, but something valuable was learned from that.
Oh, I say so, yeah, most definitely.
It's what? So let it dry for a second. That's 1.
Oh, nice. Look at that. You guys see that?
I gotta get a box to send you your buildings and tombstones. I gotta send you some pictures after a while.
Just making terrain out of styrofoam.
Yeah,
Nice.
we need to add buildings and tombstones.
That's that'll work. That'll achieve the objective. All I need now are like boulders, and then I can set them, and then instead of having to like put out or draw anything, I can just put the boulders, and then you guys go that way. That's another trick.
You know what makes good boulders? Crumple up a toilet tissue roll and then just put like paper mache around it and paint it. Great boulder.
So you got the the little mausoleum piece and the other tombstones painted? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, and I'm working on the miniature. Right now, I need to get new glasses, so those miniatures are really tiny for me. But I am painting the giant monster, so it's hard for me to see really, really small stuff like that.
You're preaching to the choir. I need cheaters. I just usually walk around the house with them on the end of my nose now. I don't even fucking...
I always wear my glasses because I can't... I can see okay, but I can't read anything. If I take off my glasses, it has to be huge letters or I just can't read it.
Yeah.
It's just like little dots. That's all it is. And I hate that because I love to read and I love to draw. And it really hurts me because I'm also, if it's dim light, I can't do crap. I have to have lots of light to see.
We're old, my friend.
Well, yeah, but it didn't hit me till I was 40. That's what sucked. I was used to it. I was like, all of a sudden, I was like holding books like as far out in front of me as I could. And I was like, something's wrong.
Yeah. What the fuck? What's the deal?
But I can see far away really good vision, but up close it's horrible. It's just a blur.
20, 12, 10s, 8s, 6s. All right. 4s.
I think my new phone has probably improved the signal from that, because you don't get that weird echo from me hardly anymore.
Yes, it has improved your
And I don't have to wear my headphones, so that's another thing I've noticed.
interaction.
I do like the headphones though, but I wear headphones all the time at work, so sometimes it's nice to have nothing on my ears.
Well, I'm kind of late to the game. I've done some Google research on how to do all this, but you know, the ones that you see online, the professional ones, they're spending good money on things, and you know.
Oh yeah, well those are people getting paid and stuff. That's crazy.
Well, I guess it's capitalism. If you can have somebody advertise, you can do it.
That was like a joke back in the day. It's like, I'd like to be paid to be a dungeon master. Well, now you can't.
Yeah.
Find some rich patrons and you got a game.
All right. Well, as soon as Sean comes back in, we'll begin.
But I mean, I played with those people in St. Louis, the Belknaps and all. And although they didn't pay me in coin, they certainly paid me in other things. So, and that was the deal. Come DM for us, and we'll keep you accommodated.
Very good. Neat.
Be right back.
So Randy, what have you been up to? Same old shit?
Same old, same old.
Is your dogger there with you?
She's outside with the wife.
What? I thought that dog loved you.
She does, but right now, fetch is going on. That dog loves to play fetch.
My cousins always had German Shepherds. They had like 3 of them at one time.
Quick and easy, huh?
Yeah. Did you pick that
And
up
one
from
really
some
nice and smart, one was
videos,
dumb.
or-
Just the way I want to do my
And his ears were floppy. Even
You worked out,
they
something
got his ears trimmed, and they were still floppy, and he was dumb as crap. He even chased fireflies and birds. He was kind of dumb.
I was gonna do 2 browns, mix them, but at $4 a can, I'm like, you know,
It's kind of a lot.
lighter, darker, just spray a little lighter, heavier, does the 2-tone anyway.
Well, Brian's here. What's up?
Brian, such a loser.
What's up, Glue? Here we go.
The name like Brian.
Here we go. Alrighty, so this is episode 23 of the World of Skell Dungeons and Dragons game. I'm your DM. What'd you say?
Shouldn't we be 23rd level by now?
You would hope so, wouldn't you? And we got Pick, and we got Shadrach, and we got COVID. Not literally. We got, in a dark screen on the bottom of the TV here, we got Taymark, who's at a factory for the time being. So he is listening in, and then if he chimes in, he can text me, or he will find another way to communicate. And then...
You got my thing about my animal languages, right?
I did.
Thank you.
He just likes to interrupt whenever you're giving your convention speech
Can you
at the start of
recap?
the game. Yeah, Jason's always got something he's got to say to interrupt.
Our Reginald will be on shortly. He's probably working, but let's see if I can give a decent recap on how the character. Oh, and I apologize for last week having the cameras reversed for those of you on Facebook and YouTube. That was a mistake. I should have caught that, but shit happens, and you're watching this for free, so shut the fuck up. So, these group of adventurers, nothing else, you can't call them anything else but adventurers. You could call them merchants or performers or guild members or foreigners or even crazy woodsmen. You could give them any kind of name you'd like, but they are adventurers. They've been selected by the fates to engage the large world around them and find, like any story, you have conflict and you have betrayal and you have friendships and love and all kinds of other assorted things, but like most adventurers, they like to solve problems and defeat their enemies and hear the lamentations of their women as they run before them, as some ancient Hibernian king once said many years ago. And anyone that's watching this, I'm sure, is nerdly enough to know where that came from. Robert E. Howard. Anyway, so they had come to a monastery, one with a dark past, but redeemed, and now a place where they had come to several times to be healed up after their deeds of daring do. And the monks here have proven themselves helpful and knowledgeable and very monk-like in their behavior and attitude. But apparently there's a dark secret in the dungeon of Black Rock Monastery, and that led them to seek or accept the assistance of a monk from another sect, Latonius. And he came with information and told about his previous times having visited this place and his interactions with people here and before. And the group, after being unable to take advantage of a distraction or an accident or whatever, a burning of the western fields, they decided to go meet this monk where the monk said he would be. They went to see him, and he was there, and he said that perhaps the removal of this evil flying beast who had laid waste to the surrounding territory would give them what they need to get past the magical wards placed upon the dungeon, preventing access, or perhaps get past the wards that kept people from entering into the monastery wearing any sort of weaponry. So they went there and they talked to the monk, and suddenly the creature was there, and the characters weren't so sure that this was an evil creature, even though right off the bat, this creature, a golden, huge equine with flowing locks of mane and regal appearance and a long pointy, sharp horn coming out of its head. It attacked. It spoke, but not out loud. It spoke in everyone's mind. And those of you that are playing along, though the characters are unfamiliar with powers of the mind, the Kai-Rin has the ability to speak to apparently these people in their minds in a language they understand. So the whole situation was a little freaky, but then when the Kai-Rin identified the appearance of Covidius, a foreigner from the lands of Akarima, in his unique style of arms and armor, attacked him. And there was a little bit of a fight there. COVID took some serious damage. I guess he wasn't expecting to be attacked, or he tried to make nice, but the Kai-Rin apparently had run into some of his kind before. So, but after a brief skirmish, the communications happened, and the Kai-Rin was convinced that perhaps this group wasn't so bad after all, that they had nothing to do with slavers or other bad things. And the Kai-Rin left. And it was at this point that the monk, who I found his figure here, decided to, as the previous title of the episode, of the previous episode I should say, started to monologue. And anyone that's familiar with The Incredibles or any old cartoon, the bad guy always gives away his motivations, thinking that it won't do any harm to just reveal his evil plot. And he did so, and as it turned out, he was a servant of Bazan, and that when Xanagon was destroyed, the hold on Bazan was somewhat lessened, and the monk slash whatever type of creature this is said that he would destroy all them and he would free Bazan. And he attacked, and they were like, oh cool, you're totally evil and bad, and we're going to kill you. And the fight was on, and the fight was bloody and vicious, and this monk was flipping around like a monkey doing a handstand and kicking people in the face and double jointed knee action, and people were trying to slash him and shoot him and hack him, and he every time he would hit them, they would start to feel a little bit woozy, and sometimes they'd be stunned and other times they wouldn't. So this one creature, this monk, as I was calling it, the monk monster, obviously was not just a normal person. To have lived long enough and to have these extra powers and exhibit the same type of power that the illusion of Bazan in the Cave of Madness gave off, there was some connections there. Obviously they weren't dealing with a normal thing. And so it made for an interesting fight. There was some good rolls and some bad rolls. The monk was hard to hit. The monk was very agile and accurate with his throat punching and face twitching. And as there were Tamark and Reginald and Shadrach left, Reginald was like, I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Which translated to what Daryl actually said was, I'm probably going to die soon. So he called out for the Kai-Rin to come and help. And luckily for him, and unbeknownst to the players, because their attention was on the monk, the Kai-Rin was just waiting around And when his name was called, he came. And Pick almost died, and COVID was knocked down and was unconscious, and K-Mark was like at 5 hit points, and Reginald, obviously, if he said he was going to die soon, he probably had 10 or less. I don't know. I don't keep track of the players' hit points. My monsters don't hold back. They try to kill people. So if you guys roll bad and my monsters roll good, then you're probably going to die. And the reverse can happen. Your guys can roll great and my monsters can roll terrible, and then the monster dies. So the Chiron came down and blasted the monk with its golden goodness from the sky and fucked the monk up bad, and he started cussing everybody out, and he did his special leap and everyone missed. And he got away, and the Chiron was like, man, that sucked. But I'll try to help you if I can, but for now I'm going to chase after that thing and try to end it. And also said that it destroyed or killed all of the little Zonagons that it had seen in the waters in the surrounding area. It doesn't know if it got all of them. How could it know? But... and that is where we left off. The Chiron used its great, magnificent powers to heal everyone. Pick almost died because he texted me how many hit points he had, and I compared it to what his constitution was. So he literally was within moments of passing away. So if that would not have happened right then he would have died, and there you go. But that's not what happened. So we resumed this game with everyone awake and conscious and at full hit points. However, Pick did fail his system shock roll, and what that means is he is helpless for a full day. It means he needs help doing everything. He's like bedridden. Like he can't move, but just like he can kind of roll on the ground a little bit. He can stretch out, but imagine if he had been in a car wreck and he was laying in a hospital bed with one leg up in the fucking stirrup and wrapped up and shit. So that's kind of, even though he doesn't look it, that's how he feels. So I will put on some background music, and then
You got a delivery walking in.
I'm expecting a delivery, and he'll hopefully go to the under door, and that'll be great.
The under door.
The carport door. Okay. So, if anyone has any edits, additions, subtractions, or corrections to the recap, please feel free. COVID has something to say. Go ahead.
If he'd have done that magic attack thing he had one more time, he would have definitely probably put me and Reginald under possibly everybody, well, really everybody else but Pitt was already under. One more attack would have been enough points to do us all in. We got lucky.
So let's find some, I don't want that. Let's see what this is. Alright, it's okay, so we'll take that as end of old business.
Do business. I'll take care of Pick. I'll carry him around or whatever we need to do until he's able to walk on his own without any issues. But it's no problem for me to do that.
Everybody has a good berry, don't forget.
I don't think that's what's wrong with him.
I don't want that.
Nobody needs a good berry, man. That flying thing just filled us all. We're all 100%. Something else wrong with Pitt. He was so close to death, he's going to feel bad for the next day or so.
Okay. So let's put Mr. Chiron away. Alright, so as you guys are relaxing here on the edge of the stream and the hill, it's hard to believe that you almost just died, but it's a very peaceful area. Fresh water and abundant berries and wildlife and COVID was given the option of going into one of two caves, and the cave he chose had the remnants of a legion of Achaemens, like armor and weapons, and his weapons that he lost in the Cave of Madness were also in there, so he recovered those along with some other things. So, you guys can hang out here as long as you'd like,
Just to be
or
clear,
until something finds you.
there's nothing that differentiates mine from any of the others. It's just it's that style of weapon is the only thing we can't find it over here. That's the only thing that's different. Mine don't have like my initials on or anything. They're not. Unlike some of these guys, I'm not, I gotta have my sword back or whatever. That part of it isn't so much a big deal.
Well, what would definitely, what would be obvious would be you've owned these long enough. It's kind of like seeing two vehicles, even though they're the same vehicle. When you go up and look, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's mine.
Right, I'm just saying.
So that's how you can tell the difference.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Because each sword would have unique battle scars.
Fair enough.
Or even maybe a different grip. Maybe you've used it so long that you've had to replace it. Just little odd things like that. So I guess I'll just go ahead and start counting off. Well, first of all, let's see if Reginald has an opinion on things. He says, we need to get going right fucking now. We need to go back to the monastery and
what?
I don't know. Okay. Taymark says, I don't care.
Taymark says.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So Taymark says, yes, I think we should go back to the monastery and tell them that they had a evil servant in their midst, and see if maybe they'll be better forthcoming with helping us. And that the kind Rin, that we talked to kind Rin. So, if that's a creature of bastion of good, maybe that'll even speak more for us. Really to help us.
I believe that
Okay, great. Thank you, Dan. Go ahead, Shadrach.
I believe that if we propose our case to them in a rational manner and provide our evidence and our empathy, I believe that they'll be able to tell that we're genuine, and I think that they will understand that maybe if we go down there and try to help them, and if we die, they're not really responsible. They can just say these crazy people broke into the basement and we couldn't stop them. So I think there'll be I think we can compromise with them if we can talk to them in a rational manner without waving swords. And I know how emotional I can be. I think I can control myself and actually put the point across. But that's just my suggestion.
Apparently no one has anything to say to you. Go ahead,
I
Dick.
don't trust them. I think they know exactly what's going on, and I think the place smells and reeks of evil.
Hold on.
Agreed.
Hold on. Reginald says, weren't you the one that said everything was great here and why should we do anything? Weren't you the guy that said that? I think you were, man.
No, he wasn't. He was one of the ones who wanted to leave immediately the first time we were there, and he had done something with the basement. He was one of the first ones that was vocal about wanting to leave right away and not spend even that night there.
I've not liked the place since day one.
I agree with you, Pick, but I think that there's people that know what's going on and they're afraid. But if we can just kind of like make it sound to them legally that they're not bound, I think they'll let us do it.
I think
But I think if we go barging in there, we'll have to fight the whole monastery.
I think the problem is, the root of the problem starts at the top, and everybody below the top doesn't know what's going on.
I agree, and that's the person we need to talk to is the proctor. Or the head of the monastery, whatever his title is. The proctor was back in town. I forget the monastery's name.
Abbott.
Abbott, okay. Yeah, we need to go to the top. I have no doubt about that. We need to go straight to the top, not just argue with some monks tending the chickens. That's not going to work.
I don't think we're ever going to have to fight the whole monastery. I don't think anybody in the monastery is going to want or is capable of fighting at all. I think certain people, like the abbot, would not be happy with us if we went down and looked, or maybe not happy with us for wanting to go down and look. Beyond that, I don't see anything or anyone there that's going to pose any sort of obstruction to us doing whatever we wanted to do if we wanted to do it. Other than that spell that's on the buildings that prevents weapons and armor from entering.
I'm concerned that innocent people will be mind controlled and we'll have to hurt them to protect ourselves.
We've never seen any sort of that there yet. Not at the monastery.
We ourselves have been affected by these illusions.
Not at the monastery.
How easy would it be to affect them?
Not at the monastery. You've never seen it at the monastery.
Okay.
Not yet, anyway. I mean, you guys claim you've seen stuff in your sleep. I ain't seen nothing.
We were all wide awake at the fire talking with the monk when we saw the face.
I ain't seen nothing. I wasn't wide awake.
I know, I'm sorry. But I saw it, and so did the others. So that we weren't asleep, we were wide awake.
Maybe you just worried too much. Hey, I'm all for whatever. You want to go talk to this guy again? Sure. We'll just spend the rest of our lives going 2 days in the back and forth in the 2 different directions we seem to always go. So whatever. I'm all for it. Let's do it. Somebody else going to do talking, and it's not going to go anywhere, and we're going to have to make a decision what we're doing after that. But I'm all for it.
I have no special place to be. I don't know about you, but this is where I am, and
I ain't got nowhere to be, man. I'm here with you guys. That's what I'm here to do. So whatever. I do have a job. I'm here to carry Pick around for the next day or so.
Okay, so you guys, after the fight and after the conversation, you gather your things,
Apparently.
and you check and make sure you're ready, and then you are going back to the monastery. Is that correct, or are you just heading
Monastery.
south for now, or?
Monastery.
Well,
Okay.
I would say the monastery, and I'm also how long till sundown, if I can tell?
You can tell. It's let's see. So you went 2 days that way. So it's in the afternoon.
For Pick's sake and for my sake to rest, I say we just make camp now. That's just my suggestion. I'll walk if you want to, but I say we make camp here by the river. We're by the Kieran's place. I think we ought to be fairly safe.
Reginald says, with a natural 1, definitely not. I vote against that.
We're, the monks that still at large in this area.
Exactly. And what makes you think he won't follow us?
What makes you think he won't attack us in the night?
Either way.
Then
As I
let's
say,
walk.
we'll be here next to where the Kieran lived. Pick is still weak. I need to replenish some of my spells, but if you want to walk, I'll walk. I'm just saying. That's my suggestion is camp now and then leave tomorrow early in the morning.
whatever the group
It's
wants to
already
do.
in the afternoon.
Whatever the group wants to do.
We're only going to get a couple hours.
Okay, Mark, am I rolling or what do you want to do? I'm going to give you 5 seconds. Okay. Tame, oh,
Pick. What do you think, Pick?
hold on. Go ahead, Tamar.
I want to stay. I think it's safer around the tire.
All right, 2 votes to stay and 1 vote red. I forgot what.
I'm good with whatever group wants to do.
Okay, so 2 votes to stay and 1 vote to go. And then they all look at pick.
Well, since I can't walk around and I'm going to need a while to feel better, I say pitch camp right here.
All right, so that's 3 votes stay, and then that's the majority.
Why don't we use the other cave, not the one with the dead people in it, I'm sorry, there were no dead people in it. It was just their gear. Why don't we use the next cave over and use it for shelter for tonight?
I'm not going to sleep in the cave. I'll sleep outside the cave, but I won't sleep in it.
You can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm going to use cave for shelter. Besides, it looks like rain.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well, you guys let me know what you settle on doing.
We just did.
I'll hang out in the cave, but I won't sleep in there.
That's fine.
I've got enough caves. Thank you.
You're going to sleep wherever you're going to sleep. That's clear by now. We're going to camp in the cave. The other one that we have not been in yet.
Okay.
Just inside the other. We don't have to be deep.
Sure. All right.
Except he'll stay with us until it's time for bedtime, then he's going to go somewhere else and sleep.
All right, so you head on over to the first cave, the cave that's closest, and you kind of walk through the water to get into the cave. Hopefully the water doesn't rise overnight and trap you guys in there. And you can, if you want to, you can still put up your tent or not. It doesn't matter.
Don't need
You're
to
in a
inside, really, I don't
cave.
think.
But you set up camp and spend the rest of the day just passing the time. And so, is anyone going to do anything specific? Okay, so we'll start with COVID.
If anyone is interested in learning any hand-to-hand combat, punching, wrestling, overbearing, any of those skills, I'd be happy to start training any of you, with the exception of maybe Fick right now.
I'm very interested in learning how to wrestle, considering how I've learned recently how to increase my strength and my ability to fight in hand-to-hand. I would be very interested. Thank
Sure,
you.
that's not a problem. It's something to do when we got extra time, so I'll be happy to teach you this evening. Something. I'll start your training.
Okay. Anybody else? Hearing nothing? Then you guys go ahead and find, what are you using for light in the cave?
We're using Tamar's lantern.
Okay.
I look for an area where I can show Shadrach how to do some basic wrestling moves. I go over to different types of, holds with him. Showing him this is what this is called, and then once I let him come back and try to do the holds. Not try, just I let him do them on me, so I make sure he's got the correct form, and then we'll move on to what it takes to break free. Different types of locks. It's going to be a lot of information, but so I'll start with the basics and make sure he's got the correct forms down. You know, so he knows, you know, what the basic things to do and the basic maneuvers of trying to get out of something like that. That's a good start.
My biggest interest is how to use my hands to strike, because I have claws and strength. I'm not really strong enough to. If I get more experience with my knowledge of nature, I will have great power to crush people with a bear hug. But I don't know how to do that yet.
Well, as far as striking is not necessarily wrestling, right?
It's not.
That would be more under pummeling.
I'd like to know how to grapple with people. Yes, that's
well,
what I want to know.
That would be more pummeling, which I can also teach you pummeling. But pick one or the other. I don't want to confuse you with the different types. Do you want to learn how to pummel
Chad
first?
wants to learn grappling.
Okay.
What's grappling?
Wrestling.
Okay.
All right, so you do that. Oh, look, there's the dude.
Hello.
Hello, Father Dooman.
All right, so I don't know if you heard any of that, Reginald, but you have decided to, instead of heading back to the monastery today, you are taking refuge in the unexplored cave, because if you remember, Pick is healed but helpless.
I offered to carry him, but the consensus of the majority of the group was to stay now instead of walking a couple hours and then making camp. So if we're going to stay here, I said let's just use the other cave. You were very adamant about leaving and even walking and going right now, and you want to go back to the Abbey, although you didn't know why or what to do when we got there. But that was because God rolled bad dice for you.
Well, I think we need to talk to Abbot Wakanda and try to get his permission to enter the labyrinth beneath and let him know that his friend Latanius is not quite what he seems. Of course, he may beat us back there because he's already on his way.
That's pretty much the exact same thing Shadrach said. Almost word for word. I offered, since we got some... Yeah. Well, I don't know what the great minds think. Since we got a few hours, I offered to teach anyone any unarmed combat maneuvers or anything like that they wish to know if they'd like to start training any of that. And Shadrach has shown some interest in wrestling and grappling and stuff like that. So that's what I'm currently doing, and you're welcome if you want to learn anything to join in that as well. I can teach you anything but martial arts. I can teach you how to the pummeling maneuvers. I can teach you wrestling. I can teach you overbearing. I can do any of that, but just I'm not a martial arts expert.
I'm just going to stick, I'll be close by and watch you guys fool around. I'm going to tend to my equipment, make sure everything's where it needs to be.
And to be clear, we're using Tamark's lantern to light the inside of the cave area. We have not explored the rest of this cave, though. We just went in a little bit, and that's where we stopped, and we're kind of setting up camp and whatnot. So I wouldn't mind exploring it, but I was waiting until more people got online. So if you're interested in taking a walk back there, I'll walk back there with you.
And we could look around, but I don't want to disturb any of Shambhala's stuff in here.
Shambhala's. That's cool.
That's what it sounded like when he said what his name was to me, but I couldn't say it all.
Yeah.
You heard Shadrach say he wouldn't sleep in the cave. He'll sleep outside the cave, but not in it.
Just like anywhere else.
Yeah, I can set up a tent outside and have shelter, but the cave is also shelter.
Yeah, Chad's gonna go hang out by a tree or a bush somewhere. You know how he is, those druid
we
people.
We weren't invited inside the cave, I've had enough of caves for a while. So
we weren't not invited, and technically I was given the option to go wherever I wanted in these caves, and I chose the one that didn't have the actual healing because I didn't know which cave you wanted me to go down, but it wasn't very clear.
I thought. I understand why you chose the one you did, but I would have chosen the Chiron's Blessing if my shoes were in your shoes.
He was saying something along what I seek, and I'm like, I'm not entirely sure what I was thinking, but obviously it was, well, I can heal you. That was like the gimme, or the real prize is over here. That's something that's important to you or you're looking for. which might have just been my 2 swords, which, to be honest with you, I wasn't looking for them that bad. It's the same as a short sword to me, and I'm not, unlike some individuals, I'm not, hungover because I lost a sword.
Yeah.
But I don't know if maybe that's what he was talking about, because my specific 2 swords I entered that cave was in there.
I thought there was more in there for you than that.
He said pretty much, if you want what your countrymen left behind, it's in that cave.
Yeah, well,
that's what I heard.
I mean, there's certainly usable stuff in there.
Yeah.
But, nice to know if I need to go back and get something. Hopefully it'll be laying in there rusting. I got what I need. I don't need anything else. I'm happy with what we got.
Yeah, all my gear is in pretty good shape, really.
I mean, I can detect magic in that cave, but I'm pretty sure it's full of magic. So.
You think?
He read magic.
I
could go look. It's not a hard thing to do.
Well, let's do that right now. You go look. I'll go with you. Let's see what's down this tunnel.
Bring that source of light.
Sure. Tamar, bring your lantern. Hey, Tamar, is that cool? Tamar.
You guys can borrow it.
Oh, you don't.
I'm gonna go explore outside the cave.
Oh, okay.
And he leaves.
Is that all right, guy? Hey, Pick, are you okay here by yourself? Or do you want me to carry you with us? It's fine either way.
Okay, Cobb, get ready to look up a spell when we get there.
Okay.
I want your interpretation. It'll be your interpretation, so I can't really say what happens, but you can read it.
I will stick around, Pick.
Okay.
I wasn't thinking about you being helpless over there. I will stick around, and you guys, if you find anything cool, magical stuff in there, then awesome. I do have some candles, but that lantern's definitely more light.
If you'll be all right here with the lantern, I'll deal with this damn lantern. I mean, if you can deal with the light from your candles if you need it.
Is it dark?
It's dark in the cave.
I'm not in the cave, but is it daylight still?
Yeah, it's still daylight. It's like around 3 o'clock, something like that.
All right, I'm fine. Take the lantern, no problem.
All right, I pick up the lantern, and we start moving into the cave.
Okay, so who's going with you?
Shad is going in to cast some spells, and I guess we're side by side.
All right. Okay, so you start to traverse further back into the cave. So
I'm making sure to look at each wall, so I want to see if there's a branch or something that comes off this cave.
Okay. So you have the lantern out and you're looking, and Shadrach is following behind, and you see like a couple little lizards kind of skitter away behind some rocks, and you see some spider webs. I would like you to roll your observation, if you have that.
Yes, I do. I fucked up. I rolled 1. Does that matter on observation as well?
Implode!
So roll that. It was 18 that time. I guess I don't see that.
Okay.
I'm curious. I'm going to ask if I feel anything might be watching me. Can I make that roll since I have to initiate it?
You can. Give me a chance to send another invite to Dan. Which I didn't even need to do that.
He can join. He can go right on the list that shows he can rejoin the same group.
All he said is, can you send me another invite?
Oh, he must not be looking at that. 23.
23, okay. As you're walking, it doesn't feel like you're being watched by anyone but Shadrach.
See? All you gotta do is hit the button and it'll automatically rejoin the same group you're in. He may not realize that, that's fine.
So, you, Shadrach, you see, on your left, I need you to roll do you have a religion? No? Do you have any kind of...
I'm going to have religion instead of spellcraft, but...
Alright, roll your spellcraft.
You don't have religion? I guess that's not...
I didn't pick it.
Really.
$33.
33, wow, okay.
I got a pretty good spellcraft.
You, out of the corner of your eye where where COVID is, you're following COVID and he's got the lantern out and it's kind of, he's set it up to where it's lighting forward so you're not getting blinded by it as you walk.
Somebody's phone ain't on mute.
You notice on your left something leaning against the wall of the cave.
Oh, great.
And you immediately recognize it as something you've heard about, but you've never actually seen. The witches mentioned it long ago to you. And it was...
Okay, I'm going to cast my spell, and here's where you need to, look this
hold
one up.
Hold on.
It's a whopper.
Hold on. Before
Okay.
you cast the spell, let me finish the description here.
Okay.
You see a wooden staff, polished, dark wood with, you can see the wood grain, and wrapped around it is like either a thin tree branch or a thick vine that starts at the bottom and wraps around and goes up to the top, and then at the very top you see at first you think it might be like a butterfly that's carved in wood and attached to the top, but then you recognize it as the symbol that the witches used whenever they would return from their hunts and they would heal each other with the staff. And you recognize it as the witch boon staff. And as your eyes widen and you look, you see that just for a second, these sparks kind of fall away and they start to eat away at the staff, and as you're like, oh my God, and you go to reach for it, in your mind and in the mind of COVID, even though you don't see what I'm describing to the druid, you hear this: the choice was made, you cannot have both. And it sparks down into nothing, and then it's gone.
Was it in the
it's just in a dark portion of the cave.
That sound like him in our head, or
Yeah.
I think in my head I wasn't looking for anything, just checking it out.
So anyway, that's
This is the cave that COVID went in first, right?
No.
incorrect.
This is the cave I did not choose to go in.
Oh!
But that's why I asked you. What did you hear that? The horse just spoke to me again. It told me.
Yes, Shadrach, you heard it.
He just told me that the choice was made, and I can't have
I've seen a
both.
terrible vision.
What do you see?
There was a staff here, a powerful staff of healing, and now it's gone.
I don't see it anymore.
And as you look around, yeah. Anyway, so as you guys are standing there in the darkness, I need,
No, we got the lantern.
as you're standing there in the lantern in darkness, I need COVID to roll a D12. 5. All is quiet in there except for your breathing and the occasional foot tap or clinking of metal armor.
I start moving further in, unless that's the end of it. I mean, I don't see nothing here, so I'm going to keep walking.
You walk another 10 feet and you make it to the back of the cave.
Nothing, just the end of the cave.
As far as you know. You can certainly...
No, I'm not looking to find anything, I'm just looking. I turn around and start heading out.
Wait a second, I want us to all appreciate the irony of that last statement. I'm not looking for anything, I'm just looking.
I'm not looking for
I know what you meant.
anything.
I know what you meant. I just like English.
I'm just
I like English and how it's funny. Okay, anyway.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean?
What did he mean? What did I mean?
Alright, so there you have it. You guys hang out in this cave?
Well, I turn around and I start heading back to
Okay.
the entrance unless he has something else he wants to do. I don't see the... I didn't see
Shadrach,
anything.
nothing? Okay, you guys leave the cave. And then where do you go? Back to the other cave?
Rejoin where Pick's lying.
Okay, alright. Okay, so Tamark, unless you didn't want to go out and explore the area around the cave, you can remain in the cave.
That's fine. I'm just sitting there.
Okay, so after a while you
I'm gonna
come...
recuperate.
Yeah, after a while you come back, and there's really nothing out of the ordinary, other than it's beautiful country right here. Seems like a good place to put up a house or a mill or who knows what.
I tell everyone the horse spoke to me again and said that the choice was made. I can't have both. Although I'm not entirely sure what he was talking about. It was in my head, but apparently Shadrach seems to have had some other vision.
No, what you heard was right. You just didn't see it. There was a powerful staff of healing that was in the cave, and you may have possessed it, but you chose the other cave. But I don't blame you for that. You chose the cave you chose. Who could tell?
What would I have done with the staff anyway?
Oh, I could have used it. I recognized it, sadly, but and again, I was not asked to choose the cave.
Why would I have been at?
And
Why would a staff of something like that for you? Obviously, a staff would have been like for you out of this group. Why would Why would it have been sitting there for me in a choice for me? I don't understand.
Well, the witches that once kidnapped me used a very similar item, and it was a powerful item of healing.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying why would I? If he said there's a staff in that one or something you've been looking for in the other one, which one would you have taken? I mean, I know you may have taken the staff, but I'm just saying me. It's just a staff.
The choice was given to you, and I cannot. I put no blame on you. You could have chosen quite wisely. I put no blame on you at all.
I didn't see a fault being in either direction in any choice, and I don't know.
I agree. I agree 100%. There's no. I put no blame upon you whatsoever. We could have had a nice thing, but it's not your fault.
Well, now I kind of wish I'd have went that way if it was something that powerful that could have helped us in your hands.
How could we have known?
Well, it said you could either have healing or you could have what you wanted.
Well, I was hurting, so I needed healing at the time. I chose not to choose something that I needed, like healing for myself right there and then. Instead, something else that might have been more important. Because I mean, why would I? Not knowing what it is, I wasn't trying to choose healing for myself.
You were given the choice.
I know, but I was not interested in the healing for just myself, which is
No,
kind of
I
the way I
understand
took it.
that. If I'd been given the choice, or pick, who else, it's whoever was given the choice, and there's no blame.
It was a rebel, right?
But I still like what Kyle said.
Perhaps you'll have a chance at it again.
A good place to have a trading post.
If it was meant to be, then the chance will come again.
Are they out of the cave now, or is this still going on in the cave?
We're with you at the campfire. Tamark's there, not campfire, but we're Pick's flying. That's where we're at talking about it. Everybody's together.
We're all together at the camp, whoever is at the camp.
Well, that's everybody.
Yeah.
I wish everyone a good night and go to bed.
It's 4 o'clock. Ish.
Well, whenever it's time to go to bed, I'll go to bed.
I was supposed to get mozzarella sticks instead of fries.
Well, unless someone else has anything they want to do, we can skip ahead.
I'm good with whatever.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Is anyone taking a watch?
I will. I'll take first.
So will I.
We can leave Pick.
And this was supposed to have no mail, but he threw mail in there. I don't know what he
We don't have any mayo, dude.
Yeah, we don't want no fries either there, mute boy. Pick can take third. His eyes still work.
Yeah, but he's incapacitated. I'll take the third watch.
I know, it was a
Tyler,
joke.
loud, Vic, and between
We got Tamark. Tamark can take something.
Yeah. You can take second, I'll take third.
Okay.
We're all super stupid.
Reggie, roll a D12, please.
If you roll
4.
one, he's pulling you first.
All right. The next day happens. If you were missing any hit points, you gain 1 back. And it is the morning, and
I need about an hour, fellas.
Pick feels
All right.
a little better, but he is still incapacitated. 24 hours has not passed yet.
Should we... Well, you don't know that. Should we wait until Pick can move again, or are we gonna... I can carry him. It's not a problem for me. I can put him up on my shoulders, you know, like you carry a child. So he can sit upright. I'll watch for low
What does
branches.
Pick want to do?
I'm asking everybody, includes Pick.
Well, I think it's Pick's
Well, I
decision.
think we should probably wait here another night.
Hey, Dan, why do you have your phone sideways?
Because if I put it like that, it doesn't fit really
Okay.
on my car.
That's all
I
right.
have a mount.
Go ahead.
I have it mounted.
Okay. I just wondered. Can't...
Yeah, but don't.
Okay.
How about we
Go ahead, Peg.
devise a plan,
Go ahead, Peg.
what we're gonna do once we get back before we actually get there?
Well, let's start with, you want to stay here another day? We're 2 days from the monastery. You want to stay here until you're better, or do you want to start moving today? They're putting it up to you.
We can start moving today,
Okay.
but I just think that we need to discuss what we're gonna do when we get back there, and not just do it when we get there.
Sure.
Well,
And you guys
you
can
heard
have... Hold on.
Shadrack's opinion.
Hold on, Reggie. You guys can have the discussion on the way, even though Pick, if you're trying to talk while you're being carried, that without just somebody carrying somebody else, that's not a perfect option. It's going to have its disadvantages. It can be done, but I'm just saying it's not like he's riding in a carriage or a litter.
I have a
So
question
you
for
can walk and talk, or you can remain and have this conversation in a less awkward style. Yes, Cole.
My plan was to carry him, you know, like you put it, you know, up on your shoulders, you know, and he's sitting up like above my head, you know. And then that was my
How is he
plan.
holding on?
Well, I'm holding his feet, so are you telling me
Okay.
he's too weak to be able
Correct.
to sit strip?
Yes.
All right, never mind then.
Unless you want to rope him to you, or
No, that's fine. I just carry him whatever's like a big baby.
fold him in half and stuff him in a back sack. Oh,
I put him.
We can have our conversation.
Between two of us.
anyway, go ahead, Reggie. I interrupted you, so you're up.
We can have a conversation before we go. We don't have to do it on the run. We're not on a schedule. You've heard Shadrack's opinion and my opinion about approaching the abbot. So where do you stand? What would you like to do?
And who are you addressing?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think we can address him. I think the problem with that's going to be, I think he's the root of the problem. So you're going to go tell the guy that we know that he's...
That is a possibility that crossed my mind. That's why I didn't want to go in there by myself. That way, if something happened, at least someone would know. Oh, they've been taken prisoner.
Right.
I can try to find out when we get there. It might be a little upsetting for them. I can do it very quickly. Let me tell you this, but it might alert them immediately if there's anybody who is truly turned over. They'll know immediately that we're wise to them.
How so? What are you going to do?
But also, I will know immediately that we're wise to them.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
So
Hold on. COVID, you're up. COVID's turn.
What are you going to do that may alert them?
Cast a spell.
Yeah, can you elaborate a little bit more?
I have to say 3 words, and I will have a great insight. Let's just say that. But it will also, I think if they will be aware if I do this. It's their monastery. I'm an outside source of power. If I do something like this, they're going to know immediately that I'm doing something. And they're probably not going to like it, no matter how benign it may be.
Pause. Reggie?
what did I don't have my hand up.
Oh, okay. All right. Chad, Tamar.
So, I think if we go in there and let them know that they've had a dark servant swooping around there and causing a problem. I mean, if there was 4 of them that were evil, then they would have probably attacked us back then. But
Right.
you know, the one evil guy drew us away from them, make us easier prey. So.
But he did meet with the abbot before he came out and talked to us.
Are we sure he did?
He says that's what he did.
That's what I really don't think he got to see the abbot.
When he entered the monastery, wasn't he looking for the abbot's quarters?
Who knows?
Well, that might be. He might not have been lying, but that doesn't mean that he was there to see the abbot. He might have been there trying to steal something from the abbot.
I'm very divided on this point, as Pick says, the abbot is the source of all evil. I'm thinking that there's a level of evil that they don't understand. But
I think that may be the case. They may not be aware that the remains of Bazan are actually beneath their monastery.
I think.
How about this?
The abbot may be
Hold on, Shadrach. Go ahead. Keep going, Reggie.
How about this? When we get back, I will go in alone and speak to the abbot if this is agreeable to my fellows. And if I don't return, you'll know that, okay, he thinks we're onto him and I've been taken away, or you guys can wait outside fully armed and ready to go. And I will ask him if we can have permission to enter the lower levels, because we know about Latanius being a servant of Bazan and his remains are there under the temple, and make him aware of it. So again, like you say, our plans will be obvious. They'll be on to us, that we know he's up to something or affiliated. So then if I get thrown in a cell or attacked, you guys will know, and you can plan accordingly, and I will figure out what to do from there for my situation if I get him in prison.
All right, Tamar. Hold on. Go ahead, Tamar.
So, I think that should work. But maybe you should just add that since we killed that evil creature, that it's allowed Bazan to gain some degree of freedom. And because I think maybe the abbot thinks that this was a prison and that it's just going to keep him at bay. He doesn't want people to go down there because he thinks that it's a secure prison now.
Right.
So it's not that secure anymore. I guess he tried to betray the demon, and the demon helped lock him away as punishment. Is kind of what I'm gathering.
Shadrach's turn.
You mean Zonigan when you say the demon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Zonigan,
Okay.
he betrayed Zonigan.
I just want to make sure I understood what you were...
Shadrach, did you have something? Go ahead.
I support you, Reginald. I think that's fine. I was going to go in with you, but like I said, I didn't want to cause them any disruption. But I think we should be ready. If we should have certain, if you're not X before Y, we should be ready to have a plan. What are we going to do? If you don't come out, what are we going to do?
Right.
If he doesn't come out, they're going to surround us.
Or we can wreck the place. I mean, really, if you want to be looking at it, we have two options.
I don't think wrecking the place is an option.
No.
I mean, we could do some damage, but that's not going to get us anywhere.
But that's what, so if you're captured, what do we do? Wait and see if somebody tries to capture us? Or take steps to free you? What are we going to do? We don't have a plan. After talking to the abbot, what if it goes sour? What do we do?
Well, if it goes north, he will let down the sigils so that we can enter, and then we can see if we can find Bazan's remains and destroy them somehow.
Well, we're hoping for that, but if they capture you, what are we going to do?
I'm a pretty slick talker sometimes. I have a way of getting on people's good side. But, like I say, if I come across with this information and he is part of the evil ploy, then we're going to have a confrontation of some kind.
Pause.
I'll back your play, Reginald.
Okay, pause. COVID.
I think worst case scenario, he's not happy with what you have to say or is against it or whatever. He just insists in whatever manner that you leave. And I don't think it'll be much more than that. Like I said, I don't see anything there that's a fighting force of any kind. There's only one guy there, I think, that was able to cast any sort of magic, healing magic or whatever you want to call it, that I've seen. There's no weapons to be found. That's not their thing. I don't think, other than giving you a dirty look and telling you to leave, you're going to see much more than that on the worst case scenario. So I don't think there's ever going to be a need to fight. And as far as, I don't think they're going to imprison you unless you willingly wanted to go while the monks whistled some tune. And as far as getting you out, also wouldn't be an issue. But I don't foresee there being any fight here. There's nothing that fights here, not even the people outside.
Now, don't be fooled, because Latanius has proven that one does not need weapons to kick our ass.
Yeah, but these monk children, or whatever you want to call them, they're not... First off, even using your hands, it's not the way...
I see you, Dan.
It's not the way of their sect, or however you want to call it, as they've said more than once. I don't think we're going to have any issues as far as fighting. If it's something's going to fight us, it's not going to be one of them.
Okay, Tamar.
I will reiterate this again because I guess people forgot this. But this sect here is known as fierce warriors, being able to fight without their hand, with their hands and feet. They are not. Granted, are they Latonia's caliber? I don't know. But they are known as being fierce warriors.
Dan?
Yeah.
you would know the blend. They don't. If I didn't make it clear, these guys are pacifist monks. I think I've said that before, so they're not that.
Oh, you told me before that I knew that these guys were known for being fighters. That they could.
If I said that, I was mistaken. I certainly would hope that I would have said that the monks of Cahulan were that.
Yeah.
So, if I gave you that information, I apologize.
Oh. So these aren't the monks of Cahulan?
Hell no.
No, this is the blend.
Oh, okay. So
Latanya said
My
that he
bad,
was
I
a
got
monk of Cahulan, hence why he traveled here from there.
okay, my bad. I thought
That's all
they
right.
were the same.
I make
My bad.
mistakes all the time, Dan. We're good. Go ahead. Continue this excellent role playing. And I'm being serious.
No, I agree with K-Mark. I was confused myself. I'm not sure about these people. I think there's something subtle about them.
But like I said, there's no threat here from these monks. Doesn't mean they don't have something else in their employ, but these monks are not.
Yeah, they have magic.
One of them
One's that cast
does.
healing magic can cast others.
One of them does. The one
You think
that
I'm a bum with a leather coat. That's all you can see of me, so I understand. You can't judge a book by its cover when it comes to religion.
remember in their religion or in the blend, there are very far and few that have the ability to do anything, according to the proctor. And Flaggy was one of them. His father was one of them, and that one dude that came in and relieved you guys of that fish problem was one of them. Beyond that, I mean, I don't even think the abbot has powers. Most of these guys are giving you, liquid that's, whenever we were being healed, it was in the form of liquid, and then just tending to you night and day, which is absolutely no different, if you remember, than what Shad does when we're hurt. He tends to us night and day. That's all they did. There was no magic given to us to heal us when we've been here, other than the fish thing. That's why I think that guy might be magic, from what I understand.
They are excellent healers. I will say this: their healing powers are quite impressive.
Yeah, they can wash wounds and change bandages
healing
really
power
well.
can be turned to pain. They can turn all that around. If they think we're a threat, I'm just preaching caution, because if they think we're a bad enough threat, they can hurt us.
How? By ripping our bandages off and rubbing dirt in the wound? Because that's the limit of their healing.
Well, that same knowledge that gives them the ability to heal that wound is the same knowledge that I use to make my poisons with. So don't be fooled. They could very well be able to do something opposite direction.
Now
That would be against their religion.
A full-scale military assault.
That would be against their
They
religion.
can still. I'm sure they can defend themselves.
My whole point is, I don't think there's a need for them to defend themselves. I don't think there's a need for us to worry about them coming after us for any reason if they don't like the way that Reginald talks to them. And I think Reginald's going to talk to them just fine. I think it's all what this abbot wants to do, or how if he's still so afraid he won't let us do it, he'll want to get rid of us. Beyond that, nothing else is going to happen. I think we're fine. I think you guys got a good plan, but I think some of you is overthinking it.
I tend to agree with you, Cole, but I think that we could make them aware, and that they'll show their hand at that point.
Right. Hopefully for the better, but who knows?
Right.
Sorry, my background makes me paranoid in these situations. I apologize.
Well, I agree. I think overall we have nothing to worry about unless if we directly encounter another person who's been dominated or who's died with, the zone.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only worry we have. I don't think most of them are bad.
I think they're good people.
But I think also our experience has shown us that anything is possible.
I think, Reginald, that if something was to happen, that we do find another bad one amongst them, then, you could probably maybe sway some of the masses to understand, at least come to our side to help defend us against the darkness there. I'm sure after they've lived there so long that people of such good piousness has felt something wrong there, or encountered something, or heard voices, or bad dreams. They gotta know something.
Yeah.
I think we can rational. I think we can be. We can talk to them, unless, as Reginald Pick has suggested, at the very top they're rotten. There's always that one weird chance, and if the guy at the very top is rotten, and we take him out, which I hate to use that phrase, I think the rest of them will come to the understanding. Either way, I think we need to be diplomatic at first. I agree with that. I'm emotional.
I think
Go ahead, Kmart.
I think the place was built as a prison, and these guys were set there to be their guardians.
And they don't know what they're doing now.
Right, so the sigils were designed so people could bring weapons into it. So, what better way is to have, monks that can fight with their hands and feet. And you can't use any weapons, unless you constantly being stabbed. So, it seemed like it was a good prison. It's worked for a long time.
COVID.
So,
They don't fight with their hands and feet. They don't fight at all. The Abbey here has got that same spell on it that they do back in Tila on their church. It's the same situation. You can't take weapons and armor in that place either. So, it's the way of the blend. That's their way. It's not because they're in the Abbey, there happens to possibly be a dungeon underneath that might or might not contain something. And they're certainly not there to forcibly protect anything.
Let me ask a question about not being able to take weapons and stuff in there. Is it something that protects the whole building, or is this something that just is a protection at the door that won't allow you to?
It was. I can tell you, it was described a long.
Hold on, COVID.
It was described a long time ago when we first had this issue in the city, that it was on the buildings that you couldn't take anything inside. It wasn't just on the doorway. It actually shocked somebody that tried to take something in. I forget. I think it might have been Rise.
it was me.
Was it you?
No, it was me.
So
I had
you described it like lightning or something flying through your system or something. Do you remember what it was? It was like lightning hitting you, or something.
Yeah, it was like an electrical shock or something.
Until you released the item that you had that was causing the offense, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I had to pull it out of my backpack. It was a broken sword hilt. I wouldn't even class it as a weapon.
Right.
So, I don't know, but the thing of it is they seem to be able to grab the weapons and carry them in. So, what's the deal with that?
They don't carry them in, they take them out to the cellar.
Well, the first time they took them into a room.
We went in there fully armed and nothing happened.
The first time they took them from us at the door and put them in a room just inside that doorway. The very first time. Now, I didn't go in with you the second time, I didn't go with you the third time, but the third time, they took everything and put it down in the root cellar, outside. They didn't go into the building with it, so, I don't know.
So, what if we were to put our weapons and stuff in like a sack or something and drag it by a rope until we got through the area and then to the, out of the immediate building of theirs.
As soon as you said that, I thought I was putting all of our stuff in a bag and throwing it through the door.
I think that you probably are onto something that would probably work, and I think that if we were downstairs, that we're not going to have this issue with whatever's on the building. I don't think it's going to go down to the basement. And I say that because we went into the root cellar, and the root cellar goes under the building itself. And there was nothing there, so I think it's just on the upper buildings. If we can get to the basement, or find another way into the basement, or the catacombs, or whatever the hell it is we're looking for, the jail, I don't think we'll have that issue down there. But getting to it, I think of pulling stuff on a bag, yeah. I don't see why it would hurt. I mean, I don't see how it could work, but I don't know. I'm not proficient with magic.
Well, I have some knowledge of spellcraft, but, that's mostly,
It's
just
tricky.
knowing
That's
what's gonna happen.
that's very tricky. Saying I'm gonna ignore this spell by dragging it. No, you still got your hands on it. That's gonna be the problem. That's gonna be the problem.
Yeah, but it's a rope to...
It's like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's the good intentions that's gonna zap you.
I know they didn't touch. Did they wrap
Well,
it
if there's
up?
something
Did they
that we
place them in
can
something
use
took
that
them
would
the first time we were there?
insulate you from the shock of the spell.
Did I remember? Or do I need to roll? Remember?
Question
that
is,
roll
who's
thing
gonna
is
take
gone.
the jolt?
You just handed them over.
I mean, it's a good idea. I can always try it.
Did they have
Well,
a
I'm not- I can go down dungeons butt naked and I'm
I
fine.
don't remember.
I'm fine.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
asking. What do I remember?
I know y'all
say,
need your...
You weren't very clear with it, but it
Right.
wasn't an issue at the time.
We'll say that they put them in a sack.
Okay. I seem to remember that when they first took the weapons from us the first time, when we were inside and they took the stuff from us and put it in that room, that they put everything in a sack and then carried that sack into that other room. So they weren't actually holding the weapons when they put them inside the other room.
So maybe I have something.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, who's gonna hold the sack?
I will drag the rope. I will drag the rope that we tie to the sack.
It's
It's
always
my idea. I'll take the shock if it doesn't work.
it's always the guy in the end
Okay.
that's left holding the sack or left holding the bag that gets in trouble.
Go ahead,
Well,
Shadrach.
I'm always in trouble, so
Go ahead, Shadrach.
I guess it's just fitting.
Here's my suggestion of a plan.
Oh boy.
Reginald will go in and negotiate as we have discussed. We will in turn place our weapon in a bag tied with a rope and be prepared to go through the door dragging the bag on a rope.
You understand?
There's my suggestion.
It's not just the weapons. Any and all weapons or things that can be used as a weapon,
Okay.
including all of our armor, is all of that. It's a pretty big freaking bag, pal.
Okay. Well, you and I almost pulled the gigantic fish to its death, so I think we can manage it.
Right.
It was never a thing about strength.
I just don't think there's going to be a need unless he can't lower the defenses long enough to let us in.
I don't think he has
That's
control
my
over
word.
it.
That's
I think
it.
it's a
We're
long
gonna have to.
ago magic that was put on by something powerful at some point. I don't think he has any control over lowering it or the ability to recast it or whatever.
I think he might have the ability to do that. I mean, and after all, he's the boss of the place. If he's just sitting there doing nothing, what point is him being there?
Yeah.
If it's a prison, the warden has the key. That's how it should work.
Hey, I'm good with whatever you guys decide. I just hate hearing shit over funk, but whatever.
All right, yeah, we need
You can't be too
we've talked enough. We need action now.
Okay, so as the
So,
conversation
yeah.
peters out, you start gathering up your things, and
Well, we were spending all day here because Pick isn't ready to move.
I thought he said he wanted to move.
He said we were going to stay another day because he wasn't. Or no, wait.
refresh
Yeah.
some of our memories. Was I wrong, incorrect? I could have swore you said we should get moving.
And then Cobb said that you can't really carry on a very good conversation if you're being carried. So I thought we were going to sit here and spend another day because you aren't up to full or whatever. I mean, what are we doing? I don't care.
At first I said we could travel and talk, and then you said that the condition I'm in, bouncing around would not be a good thing to do. It would be hard to do. So when you said that, I just assumed at that point in time we'd stay until I was ready.
And that's the assumption I was under.
Well, you can assume everything, but unless it gets said, the dungeon master goes with what was said. So you have made it clear that you're going to go ahead and stay until you're up to traveling. So,
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes to get back in there and turn the stuff back on.
all right,
I gotta go back in.
all right. I would like Shadrach to roll a d12. A 3. All right. So, go ahead, Reginald.
Hey, I thought you guys were going to go back in the cave that all of the Ackerman arm was in, and you were going to detect for magic in.
No, I don't know. I thought he was going to do it in this cave. I don't think there's any magic in the other cave.
I had intended to do it in the other cave because I thought there might be something hidden in there, but
I looked for
I can still do it.
I looked for their commander's stuff, and I did not find it in there at all. So his stuff, either he was not with those men when they were killed, or he escaped. His banner's in there, but his personal equipment is not.
I was thinking there might have been something hidden. That was my thought.
If you want to, I'll go there with you.
I'm willing.
All right,
We've got the thing.
I'll walk back there. I need to borrow the lantern again. I pick it up and I take it in there for Shadrach's purposes.
Yeah. This was a spell I was talking about earlier, Cobb. I'm gonna cast it when we get in there. When I'll ask Covidius, tell me where you think I should stand. Where you think would be the best place for me to just get a good sense.
I don't know. How does your spell work?
It's within a limited area. I would say put me in the middle of the area you think would be full of most of the stuff.
I can do that.
To you.
I can do that. Listen, do me a favor though. When we're in here, just because it's not our cave, don't knock over the stalactites or the stalagmites in here, okay?
I have no intention.
All right. Well, I mean, they're everywhere, so just be careful where you walk. And
I'll be very careful.
Watch out.
And if I have to roll, I will.
Well, I didn't have to. I'm just saying. Just be careful.
Well,
if you're mindful, I think it's fine.
Actually, you did.
Oh, I did roll? Okay. Yeah, just be real careful. I couldn't remember. I remember not knocking.
Shadrach is very mindful.
Okay, so you guys head over to the cave number 2, and nothing seems different today other than the water is down about a foot, leaving a larger area without water in the cave. And you enter into the cave, and yes?
As I'm walking in, I'm thinking to the creature that I'm not here looking for anything. I'm bringing him in. He wants to see if anything might be hidden in that pile of gear. I'm just accompanying him. I'm not looking for anything else here. I just make that clear in my head to him, and then I walk in with him.
Roll a d20. 4. 4. Okay. Okay, so you see what I described last session, stalactites and stalagmites after you get away, and you carefully make your way through as hoping not to kick over any of these long forming sediment beautiful things, and as with trees and green things and living things, you are also amazed and fascinated by the wonders of natural rock formations, and perhaps these stalagmites or stalactites might have a story of their own if you ever were given the legendary stone tell spell that you've heard of but have not yet either decided to pray for or are powerful enough to gain. But you hope one day to prove yourself to Biore.
I got a spell for this. I'm ready. That's what I brought this spell for.
Or the Green Man or whoever. And you certainly hope that there is no cave troll hiding, being...
no shit, right?
And as you nervously think about the cave troll, I need you to roll me a d12.
4.
Okay, and now make me a simple dexterity check. Don't roll a 1.
Do I need to roll 2?
13.
Yes. Okay.
9.
It's all right. Just so long as you don't roll a 1.
Like
Okay,
30.
so at the in the back of the cave, you see also what I described in the previous session, which is a pile of gear and armor and certain things that you recognize as the once belonged to some Acariman Legion. And where is it? Where are you going? What is your...
He asked
Where are
me
you
to
trying to
show
get
him.
to?
He asked me to show him where to go. I bring him into the middle of the stuff, and I say,
What
the
stuff?
middle of the treasure or the gear that's laying all over the place. What seems to be about the center of the.
Okay, you'll have to move it to get to the center of that. It's piled up.
Remember, I already went through it all, kind of looking for stuff. I kind of pictured it kind of leveled out a bit because I went digging for that guy's stuff. Unless it's been put back in a while.
Is there a pile of stuff?
If you want to get to the middle of that, of course, you'll have to, well, it depends. Do you want to make noise or do you want to try to be as quiet as you can be?
Once I get to the, I get to the edge of the pile.
Yes.
Shadrach goes to his knees. Then he lays down on the floor, spreading out his arms. Face down on the floor, spreading out his arms. And he mutters very quietly, Ta'at, Tavam, Asi. And I cast the spell, That Thou Art. 3rd level. That's why you need to interpret it. So that's why I asked you before.
What's it called?
That Thou Art.
That Thou Art.
Yes.
Never heard of that.
Yeah. I looked it up and I was like, what?
How long does it take you to cast that? Is it a long thing or a short thing or?
1. I have to say 3 words.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a very rare spell.
Uh-oh.
And as such, I need you I would like you to make a wisdom check, please.
37.
Whoa.
Did you roll a 19? Okay.
Magic number.
So let me check this out here. Okay.
Thank goodness. Woo! It's not all powerful, so I mean, I have my own interpretation of it.
Okay.
You made it sound like the shit. Just a bomb.
You cast your spell like you just role played. your senses start to expand invisibly out of your body as if a cloud of nerve endings is blowing softly out of you and filling the area of effect. And suddenly your mind is bursting with information. It feels like your senses are almost on fire as your brain tries to process all this extra information, but as the spell starts to seep into your divine knowledge, and you feel a soft hand come and gently touch your forehead, and you can sense that the goddess of the earth is calming you like a child would be calmed by her mother's touch, and the senses that you are taking in start to make sense. And aside from the stalactites and the stalagmites, which they feel as if they are in a constant state of moisture, and the ground feels solid and lonely. Your senses traverse to the walls, and you can sense the remains of long dead creatures that either perhaps made this its home or sought refuge from predators. Beings from every structure and every facet of life, from insects to rodents to even a long lost set of bones of a shepherd dog. Buried under a thin layer of dirt against the side of the caves, there are fish skeletons and remains of things that perhaps lived here when the cave was filled up with water, but then were trapped as the water receded at every spring, and perhaps even a mating or certain seasonal area for certain creatures that come to this cave. And then your senses touch something that you feel like doesn't belong, but it doesn't upset you, because you knew when your senses would traverse over to the now scattered remnants of sentient creatures warping and shaping of the natural world, and you can equate that to the metallurgy which turned the iron ore and perhaps bronze or whatever into large pieces of metal, and the pieces of metal have dents in them that you can tell, and you can tell that those dents were made from weapons of war that have seen many fights, and bits of blood that were missed underneath the cleaning of the leather straps, and pieces of hair that are still stuck to the chain mail, and some of the rotting away padded areas that have long dead fly eggs and pieces of meat. And you realize that that's all they are. They're just things that were put here, whether through their own or through other beings. And that's what this cave reveals to you and your spell. And after around 5 minutes, your spell starts to close, and that is the information that is revealed to you through the use of this spell. And you feel the touch of Biori, goddess of the Skell, go by your left side and disappear and float away, and you feel as though that was a good spell. The end.
I will rise from the floor. I'll turn to COVID. I look all weird. There's tears going down my eyes. I said, there's nothing here. Let's get out. Hurry up. Let's go.
Okay. I help him out.
Okay.
I've seen way more than I expected to see. Let's go.
So how did your spell work? What exactly? I didn't see nothing. Nothing changed.
I can't explain it to you. I saw everything that's been here for as long as it's been here, and it told me what it was. And we have to get out of here now. I don't feel... I want to get some fresh air, please.
Yeah, we're leaving.
On your way out, Shadrach, though at the time you didn't quite get this from the spell, a last lingering portion that you pass as you're about 10 foot away from the entrance of the cave, and what you thought was just a pile of rocks on the floor, it has been revealed to you that it is actually Kyrin's scat.
Wow.
Whether you choose to acknowledge that or not is up to you.
Our tele-friend.
I'll say, wait a minute. There's something here.
Oh, where? I shined the bullseye lantern around for him.
I'll point to the stuff, and I'll just quickly pick it up and put it in my bag.
You just see him grabbing some rocks like it
I'll
fallen
get a
off the
handful and
side.
put it in my bag.
Must be some more of that stuff he uses.
It's old enough to where it doesn't smell anymore, and it's solid. So imagine, if you will, like what shit would look like if it didn't turn color, but it just dried out. And it's like
the old white dog turd.
But
you
it
don't see
looks,
white dog turds anymore.
but it looks like like the square briquettes that whatever animal leaves.
Square.
It looks like a horse apple.
So.
Or it looks like little pellets from a goat. Because deer poop and horse poop are different.
Okay, so when you guys leave the cave, do you just rejoin the others?
Yes.
Okay.
I will tell COVID, I think this is something from the creature.
What creature?
The Keyrin.
Really?
Waste material.
Can I have a little bit?
I'll hold him a piece.
One
there you go.
One nugget will be sufficient.
To you, it just looks like a rock.
Don't smell.
Just remember what that is. Don't forget.
I mean, it smells kind of like the cave, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like a musty...
How do you know that's what this is? Oh, if you light it.
Something told me.
So it's
my vision that I had
It feels like a rock.
at the very end, I felt something.
Okay.
Trust me.
Sure.
Okay.
I put it in a pouch.
So you guys rejoin the others in the cave, and after a while, do you... Okay. Did you pray for spells yet today?
This morning, took an
Shadrach?
hour.
You did? Okay. Can't hear you.
It took an hour. Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. So is there anything else anybody wants to do before you head out?
We decided to stay here until Vic's ready, remember?
Yes.
Okay. You said head out before you lost me.
Okay. So hearing nothing at about the sun is high overhead, and Pick, you feel confident that you can make the journey now with minimal assistance. You've had a bite to eat and some water, and you've taken a good crump like any old man does, and it's like, you know what? I'm feeling halfway decent. So, if you guys want to take off, now would be the time. Or you can wait here. It's up to you guys.
If you're up to it.
Thank you, Cobb, for that excellent interpretation of the spell, because I wanted you to interpret it, because it really needs that, because I had my own interpretation and you hit it right on the nail, so thank you very much.
It's still going to take us 2.5 days to get back, so whether we... Well, yeah, because we got stuff
All right,
tonight,
so
whatever.
maybe Randy's on call. I don't know, but we'll say you guys get going.
All right.
Okay, so any specific marching order?
I take the lead.
COVID would like to be up front. Anybody want to be with him, or does anyone want to be anywhere else? How about we just
I'll
go?
walk with COVID.
Okay, and there's plenty that you can go 2 by 2 on the road if you want, or the trail, I should say. Okay, and then who would like to go next? I guess we'll go Pick and Shadrach. Would that be okay? And we'll have Tamar bringing up the rear. Okay, hearing no objections, I would like Reginald to roll me a D12. All right, so that day goes uneventful. You do the usual, unless someone wants anything to do along the way, going once, twice, sold. Oh, Shadrach gets it in before the gavel slams down. What are you trying to do special along the way?
I'm gathering simple components like acorns, leaves,
Okay,
cobwebs, little bits. Okay.
not an issue. All right. Okay, and then Tamar will... Oh, go ahead, Reginald. Sorry.
I'm playing a song while we march,
Okay.
picking a tune.
Let's see here. Yeah, very good. Tamark will search and find what he thinks would be a suitable place to camp. You all make camp. I would like Pick to roll a D12. Oh, nope, hold on before you do that. COVID.
I'm going to go hunt for something to eat better than what we've got. As soon as we get to camp, I ask if somebody will put my tent up, and I tell you I'm going to go hunting.
Well, you'll have to ask them. Go ahead. Well, go ahead.
That's what I just did. I asked if somebody will put my tent up, I'm going to go hunting.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Okay, I go ahead and drop my armor, and I just withdraw my bow from my quiver, and well, obviously my quiver goes with me, and I go out in just my regular underclothes, and
Okay.
no shield.
So while you are off hunting, yes, Shadrach.
Everybody gets a good berry.
Thank you.
I cast good berry and everybody gets a good one.
Okay. And that is done. And
Everybody should have 2 good berries unless you ate one.
anything else special from anyone while the camp is being set up? All right.
Shadrach, you said...
Go ahead, Reggie. I'm going to get a drink of water. Go ahead,
You
Reggie.
said that you thought I was a bard. And I've heard of these storytellers too, but I don't know, maybe that's the next step for me. Isn't there a school? Is there a school in Tila? Pick, do you know? You were in Tila for a while. That school's a big out over there.
Well, it's not very much for schools, so I don't know if they have one or not.
There were some other...
people, but he sang songs and told stories.
Yeah, there were some other facilities besides the temple beyond the upper classes. I forget what they call their neighborhood, but I don't know. I've just been thinking about it. Maybe that's something I need to look into. Learn to really put my skills to use in other fields, maybe, than...
How would you describe yourself, Reginald?
I'm a swashbuckler. A sailor. I was an entertainer. I belong in the city. This trouncing around the countryside is for the birds, man. although I've made friends and met some interesting that Kyren creature is the closest thing I've seen to a deity. It answered my prayer when we were being battered by Latanians. I don't know. I'm having some kind of an epiphany, man.
Well, what kind of a song could you write for that then, eh?
Yeah. And I after I finish setting up the tent, I'm going to start plucking around, and that's how I'll spend my evening.
All right. Okay. So basic kink.
In the morning, I need half an hour.
All right. Well. Okay. So COVID, do you do anything or anything to increase your chances of hunting other than?
Yeah, I just read it. I ain't taking nobody with me.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't have my armor on, I told you that, so I'm gonna go out and stalk it with just my bow. And slowly move, watch where I step. I'm an elf, I watch where I step. Trying to increase my distance to see if there's something until I see something.
Do you have any spells, abilities, or proficiencies which could help you?
Yeah, hunting.
Anything else?
I don't know what you're asking for.
There's something very specific that...
Observation?
I'll give you a free one here. I'm surprised you don't know this.
It's not
But,
following what you're...
okay. An elf can gain a bonus to surprise opponents, but only if the elf is not in metal armor. Even then, the elf must either be alone or with a party comprised of elves, also not in metal armor.
I think of a deer as being an opponent.
Oh, it's an opponent.
I didn't think of it as being an opponent.
If he
And
fulfills
I'm not
these
entirely sure I knew
conditions,
that either.
He moves so silently that opponents suffer a -4 penalty to the attack roll.
I didn't know that. It's not listed under our special abilities.
So, really?
No, printout, yeah. I don't think so. I've never read that before.
Alright, so.
Wait a minute.
An elf
Yes, it is
hunting
on here.
is very stealthy. So,
They get a -4 penalty.
roll a d10. I'll let you roll it.
You said -4 penalty, right? They get a -4.
What's that? Roll a d10.
It is on there.
Roll a d10.
I just considered that being... 70? 7, I mean, sorry.
Alright. So, you can take your pick. You can shoot this creature with your bow, or you can attempt to sneak up on it and stab it. Or any other type of attack.
Well, how close? Is this going to require me to get much closer to shoot, to stab it?
Well, you're like at 100, whatever the outermost limit is on
Gotta
that.
roll dice for that.
So, well, I'm saying you're at 100, which is the closest. The dice would just add to that. So, I'm saying...
Oh, I see what you're saying. 100 plus whatever. Okay. I'm gonna increase the range a little bit before I decide.
You mean
on
decrease?
Yes.
Okay. Roll another d10.
7 again.
Roll a proficiency check. Hunting proficiency check.
Uh, 24.
Okay. Tell me how close you want to try to get.
If I think I can get close enough to stab it, without, are you telling me I need to keep rolling to get closer?
You
I've
tell
only
me-
gotten a little closer.
You tell me how you want to approach it, and if I think you need to roll, I will have you roll. You're at 80 yards, and the thing has no idea where you are. If it does, it's being a very coy deer.
What's that in range from here? For into my bow. $10, $20, or $30.
16.
So it would be considered. Oh wait, it's short until it hits me, right? So it's still considered short range.
I don't know what your short range
It
is.
says 10, 20, 30.
So it's between 10 and 20, so it's at medium range.
Oh, I thought medium started at 20.
No.
Okay. So short only goes up to 10. Oh, that
Correct.
makes sense, up to, yeah. I'm going to increase it. I'm going to try and get to short range.
Okay, roll your proficiency check.
13 plus 7, 20.
Okay. Now you're at 60.
You said 16 before, so
16 squares. Now you're at 60 feet.
which is how many squares?
I'm sorry, 60 yards. 12.
So I'm still above short.
Yep.
So, just gonna try and move.
Go ahead.
Just a little bit closer to get.
Go ahead. Roll.
Hey, 19.
All right. You still make it. It doesn't seem to notice
All
you.
right, I'm gonna take the shot from here.
All right.
I'm not specialized, so I'm gonna just take my time, get a nice, good.
Roll.
Trying to get a, hard shot. 17. Oh, still 7. So, oh wait, what am I doing? I'm rolling a hit.
You're looking
sorry.
at your arrow or bow or whatever gives you
Yeah,
a THAC-O on
So,
it. And you're
it's
subtracting the
0,
dice roll.
So minus 4.
Okay, roll again.
19. So
All right.
minus 6.
Roll damage.
I forget. I'm not. No, javelin throw. Okay. Just 4.
Double it.
8.
All right. You creep up slowly. You elf. You move silently. It's one of the abilities of your race in certain circumstances. You've met all those circumstances. The creature has no idea there. You're at 60 yards. You pull back your bow. You say heart shot. Your first roll strikes. Your confirm crit strikes. Your damage is enough, and it is a perfect kill shot. It takes 2 steps and just looks around as if nothing is wrong, and then just falls over. And you know that it's dead, and you've made all the great rolls, and the hunt is successful, and you go and, if you want, field dress it and do all this
Yeah, I
stuff.
say thank you to Nemesis. I go over, retrieve my arrow to attempt to.
Roll percentile. No, I'm sorry. Roll a d20.
5.
Okay, the arrow is broken.
That's fine. I leave it.
Okay. Did you do anything other than field dress it and bring it back? All right. So roll a d12.
6.
All right. So when you come back to camp, everyone's doing whatever it is. They're relaxing or fixing things. There's a...
About how long was I gone?
With your rolls, you rolled really good. Maybe like 37 minutes. Oh.
Okay.
Randy's like, shut up, fucker.
So almost as soon as I leave, I wander back into camp.
Okay, yes, Shadrach.
Just a note, I put my key-ring goodies in my backpack with the gold.
Okay. All right, so you come back. I don't know if anyone's built a fire for cooking, but...
I got some good food for tonight, gentlemen.
Looky there.
You mind if we build a fire?
there's still a little bit of light left. It's not dark yet, so...
Good time to build it. Get cooking right away.
Tamar says, I'll go gather some pieces of firewood, and he goes off.
I go look for some sticks to perch on over the fire.
Okay. All right, so the food is cooked over an open flame, and
Are you feeling all right, Pick?
Feeling a lot better.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm feeling almost elvish.
You almost look it.
The scent of the meat cooking over the fire or next to the fire, depending on who's controlling it, is not bad. And whoever is doing the cooking, I need them to roll just to avoid disaster. Who's doing the cooking? Not Shadrach. Apparently it's you, Coben. So
That's fine. I just
roll a d20.
Don't let the flames get high enough and just douse it with water if I have to. And 11, right around
Okay.
the middle.
So the food is prepared. It's cooked meat straight. So you're going to have
Yeah, you got no.
mostly, cooked, but then you're going to have the back shanks a little fucked up. And then when you cut into it, the middle of it, it's like, well, it's getting bloody. Who likes it really like that? But it's there and it's done. Yes, Shadrach.
Using my herbalism, can I add to the flavor?
Well, you can certainly try. And if you
I'll
can
try to add to it a little bit because
if you can
I'm pretty
explain
sure
to me
it's
how
not
you would-
salt or anything.
Now, are you
So-
talking about after it's done, you're going to try to flavor up your portion a little bit, or?
Yeah, and see if
Oh.
anybody else notices.
Okay. So, who is partaking of the deer meat? COVID, Shadrach, anybody else? Shit. Those two, okay. So
Yeah.
then Tamar will join in. And as you're eating it, as I said, it is what it is. And then all of you notice Shadrach's over there putting seasoning on his, and if you wish to interact with Shadrach while he does that, that's totally up to your characters. Meanwhile, Shadrach, you are using herbalism, so what you have is a sprig of nettle or a little bit of
Mint.
just stuff that might grow wild, even like honeysuckle or some.
Something peppery like some dock leaf or something like that.
So, and I would say whenever you put almost anything on a bland piece of meat, it probably helps.
That's what she said.
So, I guess no one else really feels like getting up from their little place that they're relaxing and eating to get some of those spices. So that's fine. But the evening does draw to a close, and you all prepare for bedtime. And now I would like Pick to roll that D12 for me.
11.
All right. So, if anyone is missing a hit point, you would gain that overnight. Otherwise, the night is uneventful. Watches are uneventful. Morning comes, and if you don't use a spell to fill up your water skins, you can go to the creek and get it, and you pack everything up and cinch it up in your backpacks and your pouches. And though it certainly feels good to be carrying that extra gold around, it does add, even if a little bit of weight, it is a thing, and you have to carry it. So
I can't see you.
I'm here. Can anyone see me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Well, maybe disconnect and re-monkey there, Jason.
Disconnect and remonkey.
Yeah. Okay. So, is there anything anyone wants to do today before you continue probably reaching, you hope, the monastery today? Anything in the morning? Hearing nothing, you do your morning normal jam, you break everything down, and you head off. And then... Oh. I may need to send him an invite. Okay. And then you take off in the same marching order. Did you need that invite
Yeah.
from me, Jason?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know what's different about today, because normally if you drop out, you can rejoin, can't you?
Yeah, I know, and I looked for it, and I couldn't find it.
Okay.
So I was about to send you a message, so that's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Pull it
different.
up. You just pull up the SAS or bust, and you can join right back in.
Yeah, it says join. It says on my phone.
Didn't even show up on my message thing. That's why I was going to look, because it does. Normally, the last couple times it did, and this time it's not even there, so.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm here.
it took an extra 2 seconds, so that's great.
I'll let that.
So you're penalized 2 levels, and you have to pluck out all your nose hairs.
Yeah.
Oh, no, don't do that. That hurts. Okay, so for today's travel, same marching order, and now I would like, who hasn't rolled a d12? I guess we'll go to me with the pink dice of death.
You can't roll our fate. That's rules.
Hey, 3. All right. Does anyone want to do anything on the journey other than mundane shit? Going once, going twice. Look, Daryl's testing it. He's like, I'm going to see if it's there. Which means I'm going to send him an invite and see if, just to make sure. Because he's probably like, what the fuck? Oh, see, it worked for him. You fucking fucker.
This is a family program.
Was it there, Daryl?
Was what?
Was it there?
Was what where?
The rejoin jam.
No, I just pulled up Messenger and went to Saskis or Bus and hit my camera and boom, I'm on.
All right.
Right, that's what we meant. Was it there?
The vibe test.
I'm going to try it one more time. If I'm not back in 10 seconds, send the thing.
All right, that's fine. Okay, so nothing, no random sloogies during the day, and then about just past noon, you see the monastery on the.
Congratulations.
I had to call you.
Okay. All right, so how would you like to approach the monastery?
On foot. Directly into the front door to announce ourselves,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
How are we equipped right now?
Who are you asking?
Everybody.
Look at me. I'm wearing my sword, I got a bow, I got a lute, got my
All right.
backpack, I got boots, I got armor.
I have a spear across my back, my leather armor, and I have my scimitar in my hand.
That's not going to matter.
I'm just letting everybody
You
know.
have to take all this off to go in.
I'm not taking my stuff off.
Well, there you go.
I'll hang out front like normal. Unless you really want me to go in, I mean...
No, I think I should go in, and that way, like I said, if for
Okay.
some reason it goes foul,
I'll go with that.
if he's in agreement, then I can come out and say, okay, look, he said this. Unless somebody wants to be in there with me, I just think one person going in and doing it, that way if there is a beef, at least you guys are out there with your weapons all still, and if they come at you, you'll be prepared.
All right.
But I
Sounds
don't
like a
think
plan.
it's going to go down there.
Good luck. See you in a little bit, one way or the other.
Just pulling up some ambiance here. Hold on.
We're approaching still.
Villages and towns.
I was going to say circus music. Okay.
Or the organ grinder.
That's only 7 minutes, so that's 50. That's not what I want. Shut up.
No hurdy-gurdy? Sorry.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Source book series. That looks good. Let's see what's here. No. How about that? All right. So as you're approaching, it's a beautiful day. And according to this cool map that I hand drew the other day, you go out through the outer gate and it's open, and as you're walking in, there are people going about their business. Several of them nod and acknowledge your presence as they continue on. And then someone shouts,
Attack!
like, hey, stop him! And you see someone running from the craft area as if they're in a hurry to go somewhere, and they appear like they're going to be running right past you out of the gate. Do any of you
I'll try to stop.
take the
Right,
bait? Yes, I heard you. Go ahead, Reginald. Go
Is it
ahead.
the same person that's yelling, hey, stop?
No, the person that's yelling stop, they're over at the craft area. It looks like this person's by first judge, you're thinking that this person might be stealing something because they're running and like either a leather strap or a belt is in their hand and they're running towards the gates. COVID starts to move to how do you want to interact with this individual?
I only have my shield because it's strapped to my arm, so I go to move to like try and capture him, you know, like with the shield and like.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to try to stop him as well.
Okay. In what fashion?
I'll try to block him so that Kobe can get a better
Would that be a grapple?
angle on
Oh
it.
yeah.
So we like
Specifically.
front, back, and side to side.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, that's fine. You're gonna try to assist COVID. That's fine. Shadrach, did you see that I took a picture of this new figure I'm using for you? Okay, is that acceptable for the time being?
Yeah,
If
I
you
sent you a text. I said it looked great.
Oh, okay.
Only like specific card.
if you find something that you like and it's not painted, you know, I'll buy it and ship it to you. Or if you see one, just
They
because.
have people now that 3D print them to order.
Well, I
It's
don't.
crazy. No.
I'm just saying. That's an option that you have if you see one. You're like, ooh, that'd be cool, and then so.
There's a couple sites out there now where you can build your own guy online, and then they'll print it out and send it to you.
And it's cheap. It's not expensive.
They'll even color it too if you want it in color.
All right. So anyway, all right. So hearing, does anyone else have anything they want to do, or should we proceed with this horrible decision to get involved?
I'm watching.
Okay.
I'm like second line of defense.
Okay. So the guy, I mean teenager, whatever. He's got like dark hair and it's parted in the middle, and he's got a shirt on and leggings and shoes. Doesn't look like a rich kid by any stretch of the imagination, and he's running for the gate. So you go and you try to kind of envelop him and grapple him. So as Tamar assists,
What the hell are you doing?
roll to get in his way first, which is where you're entering the square.
Each one.
Yeah. And tell me what you hit.
What do we do? Melee attack on them?
Yes.
And armor class of -1.
All right. So yes, you get in the square, and now are you going for a lock, which would be a called shot, but you would have him restrained, or are you just going for a hold? And are you pulling your damage, or are you trying to hurt?
Pulling my damage, I'm doing all.
Okay, so roll to hit. And this is a contest of technique with wrestling. So whoever hits the lowest armor class is what wins. So you hit an armor class of...
There you go. All right.
Your melee, yeah.
Armor class 6.
I'm class 6, so this teenager's got a shot at it.
I don't have any bonuses, nothing. What's one looking at?
It's figured into your score.
I meant
Now, if you
on the-
become
on
a
the
specialist,
well, no,
you would.
I'm one level down. That's why I was wondering.
Okay.
So I'm doing a hold. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're checking to see if you can
That
get
was
in
what I
the
was
hole.
attempting to do. Was a hold.
Yeah, because...
Okay. I just wanted to look.
All
Try
right,
to follow.
and then he will hit an armor class of... Oh, no. Okay, only an armor class of 2s. Wait, you said you had an armor class of 6. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Armor class of 8. Okay, I had it wrong. Okay, so you have him in a hold, but you're pulling the damage. So
Yeah,
what
I'm not trying to
that
hurt him.
means is he can't move.
Okay.
And then, since Dan assisted, well, you should have had, you can roll again, but it doesn't matter, you got him. So,
Oh, it would have been 2
I totally
rolls.
forgot, yeah, because then when it assists, it gives you advantage. So,
It might have been an awesome one.
well, yeah, if you get a natural 20.
17, it would have been an armor class of -3.
Okay, so you have him in a hold, he's restrained, and a couple of the guards, like, look over the ones that were on the wall. Now, I had said that they kind of patrol up there sporadically or whatever. And so one of them looks down and he's like, "Hey, what's going on there?" And from the back here, "He stole a belt from my leather working
I
shop."
start walking towards the guy that's saying he's the belt thing.
So you're going to try to move with this kid.
We'll do
Or
I need
guy.
to improve it to be grappled then? Or how can I... It's just whoever it is, can I pick them up and just walk
And that would be a lock. So
Then I
you have
wanna
to
improve
try
to a
to
lock?
improve.
And that's what I want to
Okay,
do.
so it's the same thing. So roll initiative. Is anyone else doing anything for this round?
Just watching.
Okay.
Can Dan still assist on the lock or not?
Well, he thinks you got it because you're
okay.
like strong and tell everyone how great you are. So he just backs off. So roll initiative, and we'll see if you can go before him.
Sorry.
So he rolled a 7.
Also, a
Simultaneous fucking! I knew it! Oh, yes! Please, dear Jesus Lodi, come down and strike this heathen.
So I'm trying to do a carry under the
Okay,
lock, right?
roll the d20
Right?
if that's what you want.
Well, I wanted to pick him up and move towards the guy. That
Yes.
would be a carry.
Correct. Okay,
So
roll a d20 because we got to see what this affects. My side got an 18.
7.
Okay, so roll it again. So so the kid might fall and snap his own neck. You never know.
A natural 20.
Okay. Okay. Roll a d6.
3.
Oh my. Okay. Nope. All right. So, as he's struggling with this guy, and he's like, "Let me go!" And you hear a snap, and his fucking arm, ah! And his arm broke. He's like, "Ah!" He drops the belt.
Shadrach, get up here!
And that's what happened. Now, it's both your guys' turn. Do you want to take your action?
I'm like, damn!
I don't know
What
that
the
needs
hell
to-
are you doing?
It's up to you. Do you want to take your action?
I hold him by his shirt. Just try. I don't know what would that be called. Just trying to hold him by his shirt so he can't
You're just maintaining the hold.
maintain the hold.
Okay, well,
Shadrach, get up here.
he doesn't struggle because his arm's broken, and you automatically win. And then the guards are like, "Dude, someone get him on!"
I have someone coming now to heal him. He just.
I will allow you. No, pick. You're over there being quiet, reading Wall Street Journal. Roll a d20. And we'll see how bad this break is. I can't hear you.
I called.
17.
So what's Chad doing? Nothing? I called him.
Well, it's not his turn yet.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. 17. So that's a compound fracture. His fucking elbow is dislocated and the fucking giblet is sticking out and okay. So that is the end of the round. Now Shadrach, you had heard because he gets to say a few words. He was like, Shadrach, get over here. Okay, so that's the end of the round. The kid will just like try to fall, and when I say kid, we'll say he's 15. He'll try to fall, not like a wiggle kid that doesn't want to be held, but like his arm hurts so much that he falls to his knees. Ah! So do you like try
I let him go to his knees.
Okay.
As I'm so old.
All right. So next round. Anybody want to do anything?
Shadrach, get over here.
Okay. Well, we'll start with you because you're involved.
I say, I'm just going to continue to hold.
Okay.
Until Shadrach.
And Shadrach, do you have an action?
Shadrach will go to the man's arm. I'll apply my first aid thing all the time, giving a vicious, dirty look to COVID, like, what the hell are you doing?
Okay, hold on. You will use a proficiency, which is your healing. And then you can add in some spice when your turn comes up. Are you good?
Okay.
Okay. Reginald, action.
Parlay.
Okay. Anything from anybody else? Tamark's not doing anything. He's just watching. And Pick is not doing anything either. Okay. So...
Shake your head at me. I didn't do anything. It's my fault you don't drink enough
You
milk.
did everything.
Okay, so the kid is not fighting back, so we'll just go out of out of initiative. So you're holding him. Shadrach, you walk up. Roll your healing check first because you might be able to like set the thing just with an easy maneuver.
29.
Okay, so your quick healing check reveals a compound fracture of the ulna in his left arm, and it's right near the elbow. So you come up and you're like you say because this is since you don't. I'm going to narrate what you do if that's okay for this proficiency check. So you say, let him go, COVID. He needs to be stable on the ground. And
I slowly let him go down to the ground.
So he's laying there. You start to look at it, and you're not jerking his arm to try to set the thing, but you are trying to make him comfortable. And then you start digging around in your bag, and you think to yourself, okay, I can just wrap this up and let it naturally heal, and it'll probably be okay if I can set it. Or I can cast a spell and take a chance on where I am. Or you can try to just keep him comfortable and wait for the monks to come and get him. So that's kind of what your proficiency check reveals. All that information, like a quick diagnosis. Okay?
I will quickly cast a spell. I will cast Orison. I will heal him for a point of damage.
Okay, hold on. Wait. That's going to have to wait till next round. Your action was to do this heal. So you've made him as comfortable as possible, and you've like assessed the wound, and you've decided that it was a clean break, and there's not much you can do, and that's when those options came to mind. So, I mean, you did tend him within one round of the injury, so he does get a hit point, but that doesn't magically heal the fracture. Just
that's fine.
You like stop the bleeding where there was like a tear, and you managed to like get it as good as you can do it. That's kind of basically what it is. Okay.
And I look up at COVID and say, what the hell are you doing?
Believe it or not, nothing. Just fix the man.
Hold on. Okay, Reggie, your turn.
Guards, Get down here. Take this thief into custody. If you were doing your job, we wouldn't have to deal with this.
Reggie, make a charisma check at disadvantage, please.
Oh, 16. Plus 15, 34.
Okay.
31, I'm sorry, 31.
Right. So the guards come down. They're like, what's going on? And then they look at the people here. They make an assessment.
This thief, bring him right at us. Colton stopped him.
The guards are like, you there. And he's not pointing to any of you. He points to another guard. He says, go get the monks for help. They'll be able to help this guy. And he's like, are you all right, James? And James is like, no, I'm not. My arm's broken. And then they kind of look at you guys and they're like, what happened here? And they're waiting for somebody to respond.
So let me understand that Shadrach has not set his arm yet. All he did was did his check. Is that correct? The arm is still dislocated or whatever. It's none that's been done yet.
He did what he can
He
do.
gained like 2 or 3 points from my attendance.
So he did try to do whatever. So it's not sticking way out like you said before, like dislocated. What you tried.
It's he did what a person without magic could do in that situation. So I don't really know exactly what a EMT would do with someone with a fractured arm, but I'm sure they do something right away, like put pressure on it or make sure that something's not all fucking stuck down in there.
Sure. I heard him say his arm's broke.
Stop the bleeding first of all.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for Shadrach to say what he did and that the kid's going to be okay or whatever. That's what I'm waiting to hear.
Okay, so as the guards say, what happened? Is anyone...
This man is badly injured. He needs help.
No shit.
Speak up, Colvin. You were the one that stopped him. Tell him what happened.
He ran into me and he broke his arm. I guess he don't drink much milk. I don't know beyond that. I was very careful not...
Okay, let me know when you're done. That's all.
I was very careful not to do him any harm, yet... And I point to his arm.
Make a charisma check at disadvantage.
And there's your 1, bitch.
Implosion!
Fuck you and your little bullshit. I succeeded with the second roll.
Okay. So just a regular fail. Okay. So the kid's like, you didn't have to break my arm. It was just a belt. Ow! The guard's like,
you see my hands up now, right? I didn't do anything on purpose.
The guard's like, all right, relax. The monks are coming. Then they look at you.
I was only trying to restrain him from running away. I did not mean him any harm.
He says,
obviously, look at him to me. I'm trying to improve.
He says,
through role play.
I would appreciate it if you all would just kind of stay here while we sort this out.
Yep. Yes, sir.
We have important business.
Summon the abbot here right now.
I'll stay here.
Now.
I'm the one that did this. I'll stay here.
The guard's like, who the fuck are you?
Do it.
How about you kiss my ass?
If you believe in the sanctity of this monastery, summon the abbot now.
I believe in James and the fact that he got hurt here. And he looks over at you and he goes, and yes, I know what he did, but that don't seem right what you did to him.
It was
So,
an accident.
I'm gonna
I will
leave
stay
this-
here with you and do whatever you like.
I'm going to leave this up to the
They're not
abbots.
involved. It was my fault, obviously. Let me deal with this. With you and whoever.
We're just going to sort this out. So
I'll
you
make
guys
it right.
just relax. Don't go anywhere. If you do, you're just going to look guilty.
I'm going to lean against the tree and play a tune. Rough 'em up, COVID, kick 'em while they're down.
I'm just gonna snap. I'm gonna just snap the kid's neck and I'm gonna move on to both guards. Why wait till later? I'm just gonna start going through the crowd, killing them. And when the monks come out, I'm gonna start slaying them. I'm just gonna go wild. It doesn't matter.
If you would like.
You allow us to play whatever alignment we want. I'm just gonna start massive suiciding these kids one at a time. Why not? Why not?
That's up to you. That's up to you. I don't control your character. All right. Apparently, Pick is noticing the look of consternation in your eyes, and he's over there egging you on, going like flipping his eyebrows in the air. Yeah, huh? Stabby, stabby. Okay, so you guys are waiting. It's unfortunate that the dice gods have dropped the hammer on you all. The monks, 3 monks come out and they have a whatever you call it, stretcher, and they stabilize the kid's arm. They wrap it up and they kind of shoot you guys dirty looks, and then one of them doesn't seem to care that you're there or not. He's like, seems to be intent on taking care of James, but the other two are like whispering, and then the one's like, and the one's doing the hand signals, and the other one nods, and they carry him in, and then several more guards come out, and the guards, when I say come out, they don't come out of the temple or the housing buildings. They seem to come from somewhere behind all of that. So they're walking outside, and there's like, I don't know, 10 of them, and they do have short swords and daggers and shields.
Oh my.
And yes, Shadrach.
I'm casting a spell.
Okay.
It takes a round to cast it, so I'll just kind of like take my time.
Okay. Well,
I'm casting empathy, level 1.
Okay, so you start casting a spell. What are the components?
It says verbal, somatic, and material. The material component is my holy symbol. So, Shadrach will basically just quietly stand there. I will hold my mistletoe just below my neck, as you see me holding my hand now, and say, Mother Skell, guide me, tell me, are we in danger? And it tells me that I cast and sense the basic needs, drives, and or emotions of any unshielded mind. It gives no result for creatures protected by detection, psionic creatures, or emotionless creatures, which would be undead things. So basically, if there's any serious negative vibes, I would detect them. And it lasts for 1 turn. And I cast it directly in the direction of the monastery, if that makes any difference.
Area of effect, 10-foot wide path, 30-foot long, duration 1 turn. Okay. So you can do a 10-foot wide path, 30-foot long each round. And there are 10 rounds in a turn. So who do you pick out first? Like guards or people that are looky-loos, or?
I will focus my attention towards the monastery and just kind of slowly take a half move towards the monastery. If anybody wants to move with me, that's fine. If they stop me, I'll stop. But I'll just slowly walk towards the monastery.
Okay, as you're casting the spell, the guards seem to be far enough away as you first see them that maybe they don't notice.
We wrapped up here, guard.
Okay, and then as they approach and you start to walk toward the monastery, they kind of cut you off. And the one guard's with them, and he's like, there they are. And you are getting the emotions of not fear, but you're getting uncertainty, curiosity, One of them seems hostile. Another one seems like a little scared. So there's a multitude of emotions coming from these guards. You're also getting from all of them a sense of like wonder, but it's almost like a negative wonder. Like, how does this happen? That kind of vibe. Like they're intrigued by something that seems unusual. And so
there's definite concern.
yes.
Okay, I will say to my friends, I will look around to my friends and say, we need to play this really cool right now.
So
Good thing.
do you stop walking towards them? Okay. So as they come up and they start asking the one guy, there appears to be somebody in charge, and he says, okay. I know who you people are. It's funny that you should return today. I would have thought you wouldn't have returned at all. And what's even more curious is the fact that you would get involved in something as simple as a minor crime. It doesn't make any sense, but there's a lot that don't make sense. So here's the way this is going to work. I need to have a talk with all of you in my office. And I don't want us to fight here in front of our citizens. We will if we have to. We know exactly who you people are.
Why are you surprised that we came back here?
That's what I need to talk to you about.
Well, then let's away.
I hope your office is outside.
It's not anywhere that's obviously...
Look at him. He's very welcome.
Exactly.
Well, I'm glad that Jim's is going to be okay.
Let us escort you to a place where perhaps we can come to an understanding. And then he shouts out, "It's all right, everybody. They're in my custody now. You're all safe."
The thief is apprehended.
And he kind of looks over at you and he's like, "Yes, James once again thought he could get away with something, but I must admit the punishment doesn't fit the crime. But that's something that we'll handle. Thank you for your concern and your compliance." And the people are kind of like just looking, and you see some of them talking or whispering, and another one's like, "He broke his arm!" Yes, we know, Fester. We know. And you all are, unless you do something to change the situation, you are being escorted to a place to the left of the buildings that I've drawn here. So, does anyone do anything crazy? Or you allow yourself to be escorted?
I will be escorted, but I'm still armed with my spear and my scimitar.
I've mentally numbered the guards and this individual monk. So
You mean like that's number one, that's number two? Or
yeah, the order they're going to die. So I've already numbered them mentally.
Do you tell anybody that?
No.
No. All right, so you are escorted around the buildings, back behind the abbot's chambers, and you come to the barracks, apparently, of the guards, and it has its own, like, wall up to keep out the animals and the townsfolk and the villagers and what have you. And you're let in through a gate, and then you're brought in, and the guy, as you're brought in, he says, "Now, Normally we would remove your weapons from you immediately, but,
We're not here for violence.
well, just hold on. You may need them, but not from us. And he looks at the druid and he says, do you have any way to speak with the dead? And the druid is gone.
Hang on. Sorry. It will take me a day, I believe. Let me check real quick. Give me a second here. I have to look.
So he says,
Won't be today.
so he says, well, in the meantime, those of you that consider yourselves fighters, be ready.
What's going on? What's changed?
Hold on.
Is the
I need a day.
He says,
I need a day to prepare to speak with the dead.
are any of you good at finding clues or
We all have our
maybe
talents.
recreating what might have happened?
We have a investigator right here, and I point to Tamar.
Yes, I am. I'm hired often for contracts to hunt down and find people, but I can also figure out what's going on.
Okay, well then, prepare yourself. And he kind of looks around and he sees, like he's looking for something out of the front from the front part of the, you're outside between the wall and the building, apparently the barracks, and he's looking around and then he walks back to the gate and he says to the three guards that are just kind of standing there not knowing what's going on, he says, I need you three to go ahead and patrol, get back up on the wall, look for anything. You remember? And they're like, yes, sir. And he leaves. So now it's just you guys and him. And for some reason, this guy apparently thinks that you're not going to murder him. So he walks to the gate, opens it up, and he says, follow me quickly. And he's got the gate open. He's...
I do what he says.
Okay.
If I get electrocuted, his head comes off.
So what has
Can you
changed?
say that out loud?
Is the end
No,
okay?
top.
Okay. He goes to the building with the air. We knew that was coming.
Probably all the pollen tree falling over.
Every morning when I wake up, I sneeze, so I get it.
Whenever I start monologuing, my throat says.
I wake up in the morning for
He then walks over and he pokes. He kind of looks in this alleyway here to see if there's anybody there, and he walks down. And he walks back up and opens this side door here, and he says, quickly, come inside.
I don't go in first.
And you're going into what you know to be the abbot's chambers.
I let all them go in
I
first.
agree.
I wait to see if anybody yells and screams. If they don't, I follow.
I'll go in first. I'm ready to do this.
Well, Reggie went in. Shadrach, you go in. Vic will go in. I need all three of you to save versus nothing because nothing happens. And as you enter the building, you see what can only be called an abattoir. There is blood everywhere, on the walls, on the ceiling. There's candles in there that have been lit, and sitting behind a desk can only be what you think was the abbot, but is now it looks like something has torn him up, and the cause of death you may or may not be able to determine if that's something you choose. All of the 12 books that are in the bookshelf are splashed with blood. There's you can tell the chair is There's another chair that's overturned in front of the desk. The desk is kind of moved. You can tell it's not square in the room anymore, like somebody bumped into it. And there's other signs of a struggle and homicide having happened here.
When did you find them? When did this happen?
He closes the door behind COVID and then turns around and he says, we discovered this a day ago. No one had seen the abbot. Sometimes he enters into states of meditation or prayer. That is not unusual, and monks will enter these to clear their minds, but to be gone for 2 days seemed unusual, and his assistant found him yesterday.
I wonder, do you know the brother Latanius, the monk of Kahulin, who came here several days ago?
No, I do not.
He is a prisoner of Bazama and attacked us. I fear that maybe this was his work.
Go ahead, Shadrach.
I ask this, may I call upon my powers to discern what may have happened here?
You may.
Again, I will utter the words. Let me find these words. Thank you. Tata, Tavam, Asi. And I will roll again on my spellcraft if I must, to perceive the energy of the room. I will count that thou art.
You're doing a wisdom check.
Thank you. $30.
All right. Once again, you feel slowly as you cast the spell another presence in the room, but it's a presence that you welcome. It's a comforting presence. It's as if you remember when you were a child and you were cradled by your mother before the witches got you. And once again, from out of your body, this invisible sensory mist starts to expand, filling up the area of effect. And at this time, you're prepared for the sensory overload. And not only are you prepared for it, but it seems as though the Green Man himself has joined. And as the touch of his leafy hand and places it on your shoulder, a calming feeling comes over you. And you hear, "Let's look around." And you start to sense the blood in places that you can't see. It's seeped under the rug onto the wooden floor. It's stained the underside of the desk that's moved, a heavy desk. It feels heavy even though you've never touched it because it's made of solid oak. And there are scratches now that you can tell on the side of the desk with pieces of nails stuck into it as if someone was ripped from holding on to the desk. And then to your right, as you look over at a book, you not only see a blood stain, but you see what looks like a piece of someone's eye. And it's sitting there on the book as if it was torn from the face and splattered across the wall. And then as you look and your senses go out even further, you can tell that the floor has spots where the blood was on the floor but was removed in a shape of like a foot, where someone had walked across a blood-soaked floor and picked up the blood on the soles of their shoes. And you notice that there's a bloody handprint on the door behind you that you hadn't noticed before, and that the candles that are burning have been since replaced from the time that they were here to witness, and they give you no information. But yet, even in not giving you information, it gives you information knowing that someone had come to this scene before. What that means is whatever you think it means. And then underneath the chair, you sense a piece of something that doesn't belong. And as your eyes are drawn to it, you sense the scent of Latonius on a piece of his clothes that remained behind. And that is the information that you receive.
Latonius has done this grievous murder. Tamar, this is your realm. The evidence is here, all around. Pick, Reginald, there may be a secret hidden in these walls. Seek. The vision has told me to seek. Look around.
Though
I know no more.
Though Tamar does not have the investigation non-weapon proficiency, he will attempt to find clues by rolling and seeing if he can get a natural 20. And he rolls a 2. So after 5 rounds, he says, yeah, I got nothing.
I'll actively search for doors.
Same thing.
Okay, what,
I'm going to suggest to Tamar to look for his footprint, the tracks, because there's plenty of evidence that he was here and left evidence that he killed this guy.
he says, well,
I'll re-emphasize to Tamar
I
to
see,
look. Keep
I see the
thinking.
tracks, but I don't know what Latonia's shoes look like, even though he kicked me with it. I don't know. I don't know that was his. I mean, if you say this piece of cloth under here was Latonia, I mean, yeah, I guess it looks like it could be his. It's that dark red color, but okay. All right. So meanwhile, the Pick and Kobit are going to actively search for secret doors. Is that what I heard? Okay. What particular wall? You got the wall on the right. You got the door where we'll just say north, south, east, or west. So pick which wall would you like to search.
I don't, well, I'll tell you.
Or you got the floor or the ceiling as well, so whatever.
Right. Right now, I don't want to do the wall that the door we just came in through.
That's the east.
Okay, and is there a door going into the building from his office?
No, his office is a separate building.
Oh, it's a separate building?
Yeah, I think I sent you guys a picture of this map. You might still have it on your phone.
That little one up the corner.
Abbott's Chambers.
So there's 2 doors in, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And we came in the one towards me?
Here.
I'm going to search the floor without disturbing the blood. Or like if there's something...
All right.
I'm looking for maybe
Roll
something that might be secret.
And don't you have a
Yeah.
element ability about finding secret doors?
Yeah, let me see what I need like a 1, 2, 3, not a 5 or 6.
Okay, and Pick, where were you checking, or did you pick?
Okay.
Did you say?
So this is just a separate, its own building.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see, do you have on this map designated where it is left or east, northwest?
Well, east would be the right wall, where you see where it says Abbott's Chambers. So it's said the map is set up to be north at the top. So
Aim towards the basement, Pick.
Yep. Well, this shows like 2 doors.
right, there are 2 doors. There's the door you went in, which is right next to the S on Chambers, and then there's the door to the south that's where the monks can go in and out from this building. The other door, I mean, it's not classified information. It's kind of the abbot gets his meals brought to him, so that's why he's got another door there.
Okay, then I'm going to check the floor.
All right, go ahead and roll. Roll a d6.
1.
A 1? All right.
Yep.
Roll a d10.
6.
Okay. So while that's going on, Reginald, are you doing anything?
I'm searching the bookcase for any levers or secret openings.
Okay. I would like you to roll a d6 then.
5.
Okay. So. Yes, Shadrach.
I'm going to glance over the books that he's looking at, if I may.
Okay. So we'll start with COVID. So he begins searching the floor, kind of picking COVID or kind of taking a couple different areas. So as COVID is searching, he's kind of like using his elven abilities to help him. So he's looking and trying to feel any kind of subtle air or a change in temperature or anything that looks uneven, and he's passing his hands along, picking up the part of the carpet. It's all bloody, and he searches, does not find a secret door. Pick, on the other side of the chamber, you're doing the same thing. You're like putting your hand on the floor and you're looking for any clues like I just... And you do not find a secret door, but you do notice on the desk, on the side of the desk that is facing you, you notice a different shade of the wood in a circular pattern that doesn't seem to belong there. Reginald, you search the bookshelves. There's like 12 books, and they're kind of sticky, and you're pulling stuff, and occasionally something will go and fall out, as if this was the place of impact where, say, if somebody got smashed so hard in the head that their brain splattered all over this particular place. And you're kind of pulling books and putting them back and kind of feeling around for anything. You do not find anything secret in the bookcase. And last but not least, Shadrach, you go over and start to look at these books. And books are rare. They're written out by hand. There is no such thing as a printing press here in this world that you're aware of. And they're leather bound, and they're bound with, this monastery has a book binding place over in the craft area. They're illuminated manuscripts. Depending on how much you want to delve into anything inside of the books, that would require time and effort, but just looking at the books, they have gold inlaid. Some of them have titles on the outside, some do not. Some are like wrapped with leather that have locks on them. Some are just wrapped and clasped. There's a large variety of thicknesses, widths. The only one that seems super obvious is appears to be in two separate languages, and one of them is Southern tongue, and it says tenets of the faith, how the blend can guide us to a wonderful future. But all of the other ones, there's like blood that's covering them, and so depends on how much time and effort you want to put into investigating the books. Yes, Shadrach.
One thing I'd like to ask, which book has the most blood on it?
This one.
Reginald points out the one, and it's the one that, like, the eye, but when Reggie touched it, the eye was like, and fell off and hit the ground. So, that's the one
I move away from the bookshelf as I point to it.
Right.
The gold.
And I should say that the room does not smell pleasant at all. It hasn't. Any of you that have been around death understand that normally something starts smelling after about a day or less. This has been like at least a day. So there's a scent here, but the scent has been attempted to be overdone by the burning of these candles, and so it's a very odd mixture of death and scents in this room. None of the windows are open. You would assume because they don't want people looking in here and seeing a meat chamber.
We left here the last time. I'm sure of it now.
Okay, so that is what all of your hard work has revealed. Does anyone do anything with that information, or do you do something else?
We need to get below this. Go ahead.
Maybe he knows how to get us down there. Yes.
I'm going to check out the circle a little more closely.
Okay. When you get over there, you can sense that it's not even. Like there's a tiny, it's just very slightly like in. Not, what would that be? It would be indented, not out. You know what I mean? Like a belly button?
Yeah,
And,
maybe not an outie.
Yeah, but it's just super, super slight. And you also, there's something about it that looks familiar, but you're just like, what is it? You kind of look at you take off your glove?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you take off your glove and, you look at the mark on your hand, and it doesn't really match up with there's no obvious connection between the two. The round thing on the desk appears to be just wood grain, just slightly darker, and not a man-made shape or pattern.
Okay. Testing this thing, does it push in farther to pop out?
You're gonna touch it?
Yes, I am.
Oh! You touch it, and
Touching wood.
it goes in, and you feel almost like something pushing back, and you recognize that it's kind of a spring. What do you do?
Let it come back out?
Okay. It does not come out any further. It goes back to where it was. You recognize this because of your training as it's a lock, and it's a difficult lock. It is a lock that is set up to not be able to be picked. So the question would be, is it magical, or does it require some other thing? Some other mechanical movement? Some other... Because if it was magical, you could have a phrase, or you could try to pick a lock, but it's at half your normal chance, or it could be impossible, or it could be a different kind of mechanical thing that you've never come across, which in itself could be just more difficult, or it could be something super simple, but you just have to try to figure it out. So how do you want to approach this?
I'm gonna try to push it again. When you push it in, does it turn?
So you push it in, and it does start to turn, but then it stops. Like you turn it like an inch before it doesn't want to turn, and it doesn't really make any noise. It just goes in and starts to turn before it won't turn anymore. And we'll just say you're going clockwise with it. And you think you're thinking to yourself, okay, so this probably has to move a certain way of however many times. The most that you've ever heard of is 3. It could be more, it could be less, depending on the level of the lock. So imagine, and the DM will make this easier. I think I'm hoping you're understanding what I'm trying to put down is, you know how you have a padlock and you turn it like when you were in school on your locker. Well, imagine if this was the knob, but it's not like, it doesn't have grooves for you to grab it or anything. It's all by whatever was used to move it. And so far, you've just used your hand.
I'll let it come back out.
Okay?
When I push it back in, does it turn any more counterclockwise?
If you didn't put it back to where it was, then no.
Okay, so turn it back to where it was originally.
Okay, and you can
Does it go?
Your training means that you noticed where the wood grains matched up when it was put in, and you can reset it by where the wood grains match up. You know how there's the middle piece and there's grains. Well, it actually matches the grains on the rest of the wood of this desk. You know what I'm talking about? So, okay.
So push it back in, does it go farther clockwise?
It seems to turn both ways. If you want to keep turning it all the way the other way, eventually it does stop. But maybe just a tad bit more, but not much, than when you did it the other way.
Okay.
So you know from this experimentation that you can try to pick this lock if you can do the correct sequence, but your chances of doing it just by touch is half of your normal chances. Okay, it's not a magical thing. It's something where you don't, the feel is different, okay? So unless you have other abilities or other things to modify your chance of success, you realize that it is what it is. It's more difficult. So, and Reginald would like to say something.
I would like to search what is left of the abbot.
The what?
The abbot, his body.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I'm going to start searching him.
Okay. So while Pick is doing this, I would like everyone to, as you're finishing up whatever task that you were doing before, you all notice that Pick is on his knee fiddling around with the desk. Whether you choose to interact with him or not is up to you, but he apparently has found something interesting. So we will then go back. Go ahead, Shadrach. Is there something?
Shadrach would just say, leave him alone.
Who are you talking to?
Everybody would pick.
Huh?
Let him alone.
What are you talking about? I ain't touching nothing.
I'm going to
Chad
search it.
Chad just looks at Pick while Reginald searches the body.
Okay. All right. So let's go to Reginald. You search the corpse, or what's left of it. How in depth would you like to get into the remains?
I'm going to check his pockets. I'm going to look to see if he had anything around his neck. I'm gonna reach inside his robes. I'm searching him thoroughly to find any clues about what might have gone on.
Okay. Do you have any non-weapon proficiency or abilities which can change your chance of success?
No.
Okay. Then I would like you to roll a d6, please.
4.
A 4. Okay. So we will come back to you. We go back to pick. What do you do, if anything?
Is there anything on the desk that's circular?
So you kind of get up and you start looking over the desk. The desk, is there anything circular? Make me a perception check, please. Unless you have...
Of observation.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
34.
Okay. Even though there's nothing on the desk except for blood and pieces of something, and yeah, there does not appear to be anything circular other than there is a ring, but it's not a different color. It's like something was sitting on the desk, and you know, like on a table, if you leave a glass on it, and it'll leave like a water ring or whatever. So it looks like that, but it's probably not from water. It's probably from like something that was burning and left evidence of it there, like the ashes of something, or maybe wax that has fallen and then been cleaned off and so many times. Something along those lines. Anything else from you, Pick, or you want me to go to Daryl?
Going to Reginald.
Okay. So Reginald, you searching the head of the monastery. First of all, it certainly appears to be him. He is wearing the vestments of his station and of his religion. He's not wearing any chains or anything around his neck other than a torn mantle, which is a piece of cloth that would fit down over and sit on your shoulders and part of your chest. His robe is torn. He's without getting too, it's obvious he was
Does it look like he was mauled by an animal and he's been bitten, torn?
No,
or does he look like he's been bludgeoned?
It looks like he's been bludgeoned, definitely. There's not a lot, there's no slashing.
Okay.
And when you search his pockets, you find a few coins, not many, a few silvers, a few coppers, 2 sticks of charcoal, a small candle that looks like it's been burned to make it small from its larger size, some kind of white powdery substance, a little smaller pouch with some dried jerky in it, and a thing of beads that is clutched in his hand.
Have I seen these used for praying?
They appear like they could be religious accoutrement, if you will.
Yeah.
So, and that is what your search reveals.
Okay. I don't keep any of the things that I see. There's no keys or bits of hair in his hand. I don't see any useful gear.
Unfortunately, no, not with that roll, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying this. Reginald is saying this
okay.
to everybody.
Okay. So pick.
What do you find with the hair, Pick? What are you looking at?
I'm going to show him what I found.
Okay. So Daryl, you see what I described.
Okay. Do you think it's a lock?
It's a lock.
We'll give it a whirl.
I've tried. It's a combination. I just don't know the pattern.
Now, the DM, in case he didn't make, the DM was saying, I guess I wasn't clear, and that's on me. You can try. You haven't officially tried yet. You were just seeing and confirming the thing.
I mean, I'll give it a go.
So what I was telling you was, you have a success chance. And then I was asking if you had any other thing or way or wanted to do something to alter your success chances. That's all. And that can come in many forms. It can come
You think
from...
it's magical? Is it protected?
I'm sorry, what?
You think it's protected by magic in some way? Or?
I think it's just more technical than anything that I'm used to.
Well, you're better with locks than me, but I'd be willing to give it a feel.
If you want to look at it, and then we'll talk about it, and then either one of us can try. I've not officially tried yet.
Can you reach that one, Tom?
I do have a request if
I can
and
help
when you
you
decide
take
to
your
try
time.
to make anything else.
Well, I am.
And that would be like
All the ones
pieces...
you can put on top and build, yeah.
Well, but pieces like that are thinner and taller than, like if I say if you're walking through like a path and then I could just put them on here and then that would be the way you would go. Rather than having to build a base and then put the pieces on top of that, I could just set them on here.
How tall?
That's all. Varying heights.
Yeah.
And that would be pretty easy, I would think.
You what?
Fall asleep.
Me? Nothing going on.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
Oh, yeah, I was waiting for him.
Go ahead, Tamar.
So, how does this lock work? Basically, I mean, I know you can't explain it.
So are you asking? Who are you asking?
I'm asking the Pig and Reginald.
Okay, so Tamar has now moved over there and he's watching you guys, and then he says that. Okay, go ahead.
Let's roll with it.
I'm going to show them.
You found it. You were the first.
Yep. Show them how it works. It's almost like it's spring activated, and you can turn it a little bit both ways.
So is there like a mechanism or something in it that
Well,
you can hear?
I couldn't hear anything, and it doesn't
No,
release all the way out.
But is there a mechanism that you could possibly hear at some point?
I don't know.
Well, of course there's a mechanism. It's a lock. It's a mechanism.
Hey, Shad, come over here.
Shad.
I go over there.
Hey, Shad, can you, is there any way that you can maybe let the key into this mechanism or maybe hear it better or something?
If I can sleep on this, I can talk to the dead abbot.
Well, it might not be comfortable when I'm sure you sleep on it.
That's a great
That's all I
idea.
can do to help. I've seen all I can see for now. I have to sleep on it.
Okay.
I think we should maybe wait until he can...
Might add another little bit of paint here and there.
He asked if I could speak to the dead. I can, but I've got to sleep on it.
Maybe we should wait for
On the
that.
head?
You're the one that found this. So if you want to go, if you want to try to unlock it, or we can wait till he speaks with the abbot, and maybe he can give us some insight.
I think if I can speak with the abbot, he'll tell us exactly what we need to know, or at least a lot more than we do know.
The captain of the guard there, he says, I think as long as you can do this tomorrow, that would be good. But after that, he's going to have to be put to rest. And I know that word has already been sent to Tila because they're going to have to find somebody to take his place. I have nothing to do with any of that, so I'm just letting you all know if there's something you can do. You
can move him from here to a better place. I just need to be in contact with his body.
Well, if he's going to get moved from here, he's going to go into the I don't know what they call them. I call them grave diggers, but they got a different name. It's like the person that'll make them look nice, and so when the viewing happens.
To have contact with his body. I don't want to interfere with your ritual. I have no intention to do that. You don't have to leave him here in his condition.
He has to talk to his guide in order to get the ability to do that. He has to do that in the morning. He can't do it now, so he's got to wait a day.
I understand that. I'm just saying that at some point...
We can talk to this guy, not exactly what's going on.
Which is, yes, that's what I was hoping.
Most important.
Okay, well, and last but not least, is there anything you can do to stem the decay? Otherwise, he is going to have to be put down in the root cellar.
I need a night to rest on this before I can do anything. I came here prepared for martial action, and I see now that I need to prepare for something else.
I would put him in that root cellar.
His body must be guarded, and I think we should guard his body.
Oh, that definitely.
That's not possible.
Do you know anything of the history of this place?
We can all guard his body, not just us.
No.
You can join it.
I mean, if you want to... You can't leave a corpse out. It's been too long already. So he's going to have to go in the root cellar tonight, and then I can let you in there in the morning.
Why can't we guard him while he's in there? Make sure he doesn't get taken away.
Are you going to spend all night in the... If you're going to spend all night in the root cellar, that's on you. I don't even have a response to that, but I don't want to attract attention.
It's important. I'll do it.
I'll do it also. I'll sleep if I have to next.
First thing in the morning, he's going to do his thing.
Outside.
All right, I'll rest. Somebody guard me, okay? I don't feel confident being unguarded in my sleep.
Not a problem.
We can pitch our tents out there. It'll be fine.
Why don't you stay in the vestibule in the healing wing?
No, thank you.
Do you know anything of the history of this place?
I know a little.
Baby, I'll guess the rest.
Why? What is it you're thinking?
Well, I didn't know if you were maybe like privy to some of the knowledge like this is built on, Pazan's freaking old fortress.
No, I'm the sergeant. I'm just one of the guard leaders, one of the 3 sergeants that falls under the abbot's command, and so now I'm just trying to hold things together trying to keep people from panicking and trying to keep everyone calm. And I would
nobody direct under him as a priest?
There is, but he doesn't just walk in and take over. That's not the way it works. There has to be
No, I was curious if maybe he might be so.
What'd you say?
I was curious if he might be privy to some kind of knowledge that might help us in this matter. Like maybe if he knows how to unlock that secret door. I mean...
Unlock the what?
Secret door.
That door over there, or whatever it unlocks.
What are you talking about?
They found a lock over there.
He says, oh, really? Show me. Do you show him?
Well, since you let him know, I will point it out.
Okay. And he's like, what is that?
Don't know, but it might hold the secrets we're looking for.
Well, we have two options. We wait and you figure out how to get in there. I'm assuming the abbot knows or knew about it. Or we take a fucking axe to that desk and we chop it open.
You just might just take a chance of destroying what's ever in there.
Well, what do you think it is?
I have no clue. It might hold secrets on what happened here.
If we knew it was in there, then we'd know whether we could take a chance breaking it open or not. But since we don't, we need to wait.
The one time we need a thief and we don't have one. Darn. I love fucking Reggie's fucking fucking deadpan. Meanwhile, Fick's like.
What about that James kid? You said he was a thief. Apparently a well-known one.
Yeah, thief of leather goods and apples, and I'm talking about someone from the city.
Well, I don't think you should get anybody from the city out here. That would just cause a big disturbance.
Well, you're probably right. You can't trust them city folk. But anyway.
Could you mention the rumors after they left?
Yeah, I can. Maybe I was just kidding. Maybe we don't need a thief. Well, okay, I'm going to arrange moving the abbot's corpse to the root cellar.
So we need to have somebody watch the desk and somebody watch the body at all times.
The desk ain't going anywhere.
No, but I assume the reason the abbot was killed is in that desk. So if he comes back looking for it and happens to find it,
I'll put a detail of guards on here.
If that monk comes back looking for it, your guards aren't going to do any good.
If that monk comes back, what monk?
The one that killed the monk in Tulane that killed
the one that you think.
Well, our magic guy said that he's seen the clues for this through his spells, so I believe him. You'll hear it yourself tomorrow, I think. I don't know how he talks to people. I don't know how that works, but I'll just confirm it.
I believe in magic, but I'm also somebody that once got in trouble for assuming somebody was guilty and they weren't. So you'll forgive me if I don't jump to that conclusion right away.
He attacked us and tried to kill us. What more proof do you need?
We did not see him come here.
Let's say I believe you, Shadrach. Then what?
He left a day and a half ahead of us, so that would meet with the death of this abbot.
I mean,
if he came straight back, he would have.
I want to believe. This is serious shit, and I'm not gonna lose my career over something that I can't. I have to do things the right way.
Hey, we good on Dan's arm, by the way? I didn't break it on purpose. I didn't even know I broke it. I mean, I was just trying to stop him from running away. I honestly don't know how it happened. You want me to pay a fine? I'll pay a fine. I think kid's gonna be okay.
Well,
whatever you want. It wasn't done.
I'm not. I don't apply. That's not my thing. I'm not a judge. No. Well, I'm in charge of the guards.
Well, you're the highest rank here now.
No.
Who's higher than you?
There's, even if they're not here, someone in the blend will be in charge. You don't give a monastery over to a civilian.
No, but until somebody's here, you're the highest rank here, right?
Depends on who you talk to. I don't think the monks would agree.
Who do you think is?
I'm not willing to even go down that road.
Is there someone here with more control right now than you?
Well, apparently if they were able to get in here and kill this guy...
Well, if it's who we think it is, then he's either gone or he's going to come back looking for something maybe in the dust.
I mean...
Since he killed him, he probably tried to torture or did torture out whatever secrets he needed. So I doubt he's going to come back to talk to the body. Or if he even can, I don't even know.
You are speaking of things that This is all new to me. We don't have this kind of thing happen here.
I understand.
Yes, Reginald.
We understand your position, that you're concerned about your career, and I think if you put your faith in the druid, as we have, that the abbot will give him insight as to who did this and what they're after and how we can perhaps access this locked desk. But for the evening, I think we should just pitch our tents where we can keep an eye on the root cellar so we know if anybody's coming in and out of there. Your guards keep an eye on the desk, on the building. We'll stay out of your way. We won't cause any trouble. And in the morning, we can come back here and get to the bottom of it.
The guy says, he walks over to the door and he says, I'm choosing to believe in you all because you brought my wife back to me. She was in that cave.
I'm so happy she made it.
So, that's all I have is this faith. Yes, Tamar.
So I was trying to get your attention earlier. While all this was going on, I was wanting to try to distract the guard away from the desk, and I was going to pick on his shoulder and point at the desk.
Go ahead.
And try to
you can do that.
lead the guard
Go ahead.
So if Pick wanted to try to do something with the desk, right now, we would give him the shot for it.
We've had the shot. He discovered it.
He discovered the desk several rounds ago.
Yeah, we've been all over the desk. He's had his hand in it already. Don't quit your day job.
Dan, do you understand that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. All right, so you go over and you tap Pick on the shoulder, and you like, hey, if I can distract the guard, that'll give you a chance to maybe try to open it, and you just look at him and go, what? What do you say back to him?
I don't know how much time I need. How much distraction can you do? For how long?
Why do we even need to distract?
No, I just figured if you wanted to try, we could try giving it a shot.
Well, if I'm gonna try today, I need him out of the room.
Maybe we can try arranging that.
So anyway, do you have the discussion about everything that just happened? He opens the door. He says, if you want to do the thing at the root cellar, you be my guest. The mortician is going to do some initial wrappings here, try to keep it together, and then we're going to bring it over. So if you want to meet us over there, that's fine. Obviously, I would prefer that you give the mortician a wide berth, so just go ahead and leave the chambers. And then if you want to wait for us at the root cellar, that's fine. Yes, Shadrach?
Shadrach leans over to Covidius and puts his hand on his shoulder and whispers, "It's going to be messy. I'm sorry. It has to be."
Huh? What are you talking about?
When I talk to the abbot's dead body, it's going to be messy. I'm sorry. It has to be. I've only seen it done once, and it was messy.
What are you going to do to the body?
I have to put my hands in his body.
In his body?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
So the
Seems rather morbid.
The guard walks out, the sergeant walks out briefly. He says, I'll be right back, leaving you all there by yourselves.
Why do you gotta put your hands in?
Yeah, now's your shot. We can always distract him.
I just have to put my hand in his body, his mouth. If there's a hole in his body, I just have to put my hand in. But it's messy. I'm sorry. It's the only way.
Well, I don't care about messy. I just don't understand why you gotta put your hand in it. That seems kind
It's
of...
already, man.
Yeah. Watch where you step.
Question.
Hey, Vic, here's your chance.
I have to sleep on this. I have to prepare for this.
Pick, do you do anything during this time?
I'll check it. I'll try to see if I can open it. Yay!
All right, so you...
And I will try to run interference at the door until he's done.
There's nobody there, Dan. The sergeant left.
I know, but if he comes back before he's done...
Okay. Go ahead, Pick. So you get down and roll your open locks. What's your successful percentage?
10%.
What's your success?
70%.
Okay. So you get down and you press in and you turn to the right. And you're turning it slowly, and then in your fingertips you feel something. And you know, okay. Then you start to turn it back left. And you start to press it in a little bit more, and then you feel something. And then you turn it back to the right, and you press it some more. And it goes ahead and goes in, and you know that it's depressed all the way. Then you go ahead and pull your arm back, and it kind of moves out to where just the edge is now sticking out. It didn't like come all the way out. It's just enough where you could probably like get a couple fingers in there, or perhaps a dagger, if you wanted to try to pull this wooden tube out of this.
I'll try to pull it out.
Okay. Make a dexterity check, please.
39.
Works, Bob.
That's a natural 20.
All right. As you go to pull it out,
It's fine. The socks you...
Two things happen.
Weren't right.
Dan, put yourself on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You feel something touch your hand, and you kind of move your hand back really quickly, and there was like a little wooden thing that kind of flipped over, and you look at it, and you're not sure what that's for. And then suddenly this green gas starts to pour out of the desk, and you realize that I don't think you checked for traps. And it's been triggered. And I need everyone in the room to save versus poison.
17.
So,
15.
is that a success?
Yes.
I just 11.
Reginald?
19, that's a success.
Shadrach?
I made it exactly 15.
Tamar? Do I need to roll for you?
I'm rolling now. 20! So,
I head for
I
the
need to
door.
roll again?
No, you either make it or you don't. Okay, so you have your choice. You can... Well, I'll just ask you, what do you do to avoid remaining in the cloud and having to save again? Or do you remain in the cloud and do something else? And that goes for all of you. So we'll just start with whoever rolled the highest. Tamar.
I'm gonna try to get whatever... Did you get whatever we needed?
So you're talking while this gas is filling the room. Make another save. This time at disadvantage.
That made it 14. That made it. Yep, 14 made it.
Did you roll twice?
Yeah, I rolled a 17 the first time and a 14 the second.
Okay. Do you do anything else other than begin to talk and suck in noxious gas?
I'll leave then.
All right. And then who else got... Somebody else rolled real high.
19, I head for the door and I hold it open and I say to Shadrach, summon the wind!
You just talked while you were... Save versus poison.
I bet I head to the door. But okay.
It's an area effect.
15.
And save again.
18.
All right. You stop at the door.
And I'm holding the door open at this point.
So you're remaining in the... That would be remaining in the cloud.
By opening the door, I'm going outside.
Okay, you just said that now. You didn't say you go outside before. Now you're saying you continue to move. Okay. You are clear.
But I'm holding the door.
You can hold it from the outside, but you said you go to the door and you open it. So just so we're clear. Okay, so you are out of the area of effect. Then who else? What'd you get, Shadrach?
I rolled way above what I needed.
What did you
I
roll?
just backed away. I needed a 9. I rolled a 15.
Okay, you're not next. So then you're next. What did you get, Pick?
I rolled a 15.
Okay, so you're next, COVID.
Not taking in any breaths, I immediately head for the door. And if there's somebody that's like stopped, like they're having
Nope, nobody stopped there.
Then
Apparently
I go straight
it's
to-
open.
I go straight.
Okay, you are out of the area of effect. Then we go to Pick or Shadrach. Who would like to go first? I'd say we should go with Shadrach first, since he would be not directly right there. What do you do,
I back
Shadrach?
towards the door like this.
Okay, and then you stop in the door and you're still in the area of effect, or do you go outside?
I'm going out the hallway. I'm leaving the room. Yeah, I'm leaving the room.
Okay, and Pick your last.
I'm going out the other door.
Okay, that door would go to the south.
Hopefully it's open.
Okay. And you go through it, or you stand there?
I go through it.
Okay. So you all are now out of the area of effect of the gas trap. And that is a good place to stop. It is 9 o'clock and I see some tired monkeys. So we should stop there. And I am shocked as fuck that trap actually got set off. I thought, but anyway, it was a good job on opening the lock at least. So, all right. You're close. You're so close to finding the secret, Sloogie. Okay. But that is where we will have to stop. Because you all saved, you take half damage.
Which is what?
Which is... 3. 3 points of dinkus. Yes, basically that. So, and as you're like outside there in the outside of the building, there does not seem to be any guards present at this time. But you know they're returning. He said he was coming with the mortician. So you got a week to think about how you're gonna do whatever it is you're gonna do. So that concludes tonight's session. Does anyone have any final remarks before we sign off? I see 2 thumbs up from the Reginald Sloogie. I see a single thumb from Shadrach. I see.
No, you did great with that spell. That you did perfect with that spell. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right then.
And Tamar's got the key. What we need. He turned on the fan. It's going to clean the room right out.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
It was trying to hint without giving it away.
If I cast my wind spell, Reginald, it would blow it all right in our faces. Because it would just blow around the room and just blow it out the door right in our faces.
all right, unless something changes, we'll see you next week. Good night. Thank you for watching.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
You missed a call from Dan Rado. I did not.
It was when you, he said, I need 5 minutes. And you waited like 15 to come back. So you invite him, I mean.
Very nice.
I think. Alright, man. See you next week.
All right, very good. Thank you for the pieces of scenery.
Yeah, I have some touch-up to do. I'm going to do it next week.